So it's a pleasure to me to be here at this new Congress regarding Health Matters Convention about extra virgin olive oil. As, as we can see, health is what matters, and it's addressed to a consumer that is more demanding, not only in terms of health, but also in terms of environment, social and economic issues, but in some way, they make the well-being to be important aspects in the decision-making process. I'm Juan Antonio Tello. I'm the manager of Laboratorio Tello. We are specialized in olive oil, and we touch not only quality, purity, etc., but also related to pollutants and health. Our goal is to have the certificates by all the national and international bodies so that we can convey enough guarantees in the other producing and consuming countries. As we've said, health at this convention is important, and it starts not only with the product. I also like to say that we are touching a topic where we speak about an immense forest of olive trees with a constant growing rate year after year, and we have this kind of forest in almost 60 countries. It is really we take care of this forest very well. For example, we haven't had any kind of fire. We take care of every tree 5 or 6 times a year so that it is productive and it can be optimally preserved. EVOO doesn't only have healthy properties, but also its environment. The olive trees forest that we've mentioned becomes into a great CO2 capturation system. We are calculating about 2 kilograms of CO2 a day, what is absorbed by every tree. Imagine the great amount of trees that we have in almost 60 producing countries. Imagine the great benefit that they could mean for the environment. Another important factor is it's a powerful population attractor, so to speak. For thousands of years, these trees have played an important role. They are growing in. At the beginning, they were growing in poor areas, so it's not an alternative crop. So it meant that population grew around these trees, and it sets both population and wealth. The olive trees are an important population attractor. At this conference, where health is the main axis, we will listen to great professionals, doctors specializing in breast cancer or Alzheimer, pharmacists, biologists, psychologists, and even we will listen to chefs. They are the best prescriptors to recommend the use of this great product when cooking. This convention will have a great relationship with the only competition that awards the best EVOO considering 3 types of factors: fatty acids, total phenols, and oleocanthal, as an intermediate phenol in the way that it is creating a great interest because of its benefits to health. It acts as anti-inflammatory system. It's compared to a dose of 250 grams of ibuprofen. in order to favor cells apoptosis. And we should highlight too that today we have many researchers where, without any kind of doubt, they become the center of what we call the health and well-being area. To make a long story short, we are not only taking health matters into account, but also environmental issues, even social and personal well-being topics. And last but not least, I would like to finish this presentation by highlighting something that surrounds this great product. And the fact is that the olive trees can become into landscapes that are worth to visit and enjoy because of its biodiversity, wildlife, and plants, etc. And it's a great landscape in order to visit and really to enjoy it. So I give the floor to my colleagues, and we want the speeches to be fruitful, to be interesting, because the best way to increase the EVOO consumption is to spread its qualities and its knowledge. Thank you very much, and I'm fully available for you. Well, I would like to introduce Laboratorio Tello first of all. The lab is in Jaén, is the first region at production level of olive oil in the world, and it means around 20% of the production. We are accrediting ISO 17025 in order to conduct any kind of analysis that entails olive oil. And we are also accredited in terms of other kind of pollutants. To have a healthy oil, it shouldn't have some of the many of the pollutants that exist, like for example pesticides, PAHs, or plasticides. We have been recognized by International Olive Council for purity and quality analysis, and recognized by AOCS for organoleptic assessment. As we are in the main olive oil producing area, we have a direct relationship with producers, and we take part in the production process in many cases as advisors. The lab performs more than 20,000 olive oil sample analyses. During this year, we have had 42 oils in this competition from different regions. The analysis that has been performed for the competition is the fatty acid composition through the IOC method, and biophenols through the IOC method too. It is expressed as total biophenols as a tyrosol per kilo of oil. They are expressed as milligrams of tyrosol per kilo of oil, And we will include the content of oleocanthal, etc. And on here we can see the content in unsaturated fatty acids from 89.3 to 85.7%. On this other graph, we have top 10 of the monosaturated. We can see from 83.5 to 80.5. And on this one, we can see the best that have the best ratio, mono and or poly unsaturated, from 26.1 to 17.9. The fatty acid composition is highly influenced by the variety of the olive that is used. For example, as in the case of Picual or Cornicabra, we will have a high mono or poly ratio, but in the case of Arbequina, the ratio will be much lower. Besides, we have 2 or 3 effects that affect this composition, like for example the maturity situation of the olive, ripeness, the geographical and agronomical factors, or others. There are variables that don't have a great effect on the olive composition that affect the process of production, or even the filtration method or the water content. In the case of biophenols, we have used the HPLC proposed by IOC, and the results are expressed as milligrams of tyrosol per kilogram of oil. It's important to highlight the method and the measurement unit, because there are different measurement systems for biophenols, or also called polyphenols. For example, the first method, that is a classic one that was used in wine and was started to be used in olive oil, it's still very well common, is the sample treatment. The result, well, we can get the result in total biophenols thought as caffeic acid per kilogram. The other method that would get similar results would be the common method, the IOC method, where we express it in milligrams of tyrosol per kilogram of oil, but the measurement units are similar and the results are similar. The advantage is that with the IOC method, we get information about the profile and composition of these total biophenols. Besides, we have other 2 less common methods, because the equipment that is used is quite more expensive. and many labs don't have these methods. It would be HPLC-MS or NMR, nuclear magnetic resonance. So we quantify biophenols as pure compounds with patterns of these pure compounds. We have the individual compounds, and we need to have patterns of all of them in order to set the total amount. And on this table we can see the top 10, the ones that have the best amount of total biophenols, from 902.1 milligrams per kilo to 654.6 milligrams per kilo, expressed as a tyrosol. On this table we can see the top 10 in terms of oleocanthal. The first one really excels the others with 334.3 per kilo, and the others are around 100 milligrams per kilo. Here we can see a graph of biophenols, a chromatogram with according to the official method. We can see hydroxytyrosol, oleacein, the oleocanthal with other minority peaks, electrolyte aglycone, or other compounds. This composition changes a lot depending on the variety on different campaigns and many variables that affect the olive oil. The A olive in this case has a high amount of total biophenols. The most important would be the oleacein, and the B case we have a similar capture, but the most important one would be the oleocanthal peak. On this other example, case A, we have an average value. It's quite high of total biophenols, but the vast majority of biophenols has hydroxytyrosol and tyrosol, and we have oleocanthal and oleacein. This could be an olive oil that has been degraded, and will the phenols are on its final stage in terms of hydroxytyrosol or tyrosol. And in the B case, we have an oil that has a lower amount of total biophenols, and the vast majority of these biophenols correspond to the oleacein. On this table, we wanted to summarize the results of the last 5 years of the competition, where we have analyzed 265 samples, and we can see on the maximum values, we can see the maximum minimums and the mean value. For example, for biophenols, we are between 1055 and 169 with a median value of 436 milligrams of tyrosol per kilogram of olive oil. In the case of the oleocanthal, the maximum value during these 5 years has been 383 milligrams per kilo, and the minimum value has been 8 milligrams of tyrosol per kilo. The median value is 59 milligrams per kilo. On this table, we have the total biophenols values that have been analyzed during these 5 years of competition. We can see as there are extreme values of around 1000 milligrams per kilo, and the regular values that are around 400. In this case, we have the same graph, but for oleocanthal. Here we can see values that are not normal, around 300 milligrams per kilo of oleocanthal, and the median value is around 50 milligrams per kilo, as we could see on the previous table. On this table we have set the percentage of oleocanthal the percentage of oleocanthal of total biophenols. We can see some exceptions where more than half of the total amount of biophenols correspond to oleocanthal. Oleocanthal is around 10 and 20% of total of biophenols in this kind of olive oil. The factors that affect the biophenol composition make it very difficult to control. The most important factor is the process of production, especially temperature and the time of malaxation. There are other factors that affect in not such an obvious way, but they are quite remarkable, like for example the ripeness, the variety, and the geographical and agronomical conditions, or even if the sample is filtered or not, etc. On this publication from 2009, time and they considered how the oleocanthal was affected when shaking the mix. And as we've said, the biophenol's composition is not easy to predict for the same producer between seasons. If we have a very low temperature for a very short time, we will have lower oleocanthal, but with high quality olive oil in terms of organoleptic properties. If the temperature is higher than 40 degrees, or the shaking time is more than 90 minutes, we could have a degradation of oleocanthal or even of oleacein, and we would have an increase in terms of tyrosol or hydroxytyrosol. There's a small range of shaking temperature in which conditions are optimum in order to get oleocanthal. So I guess that the producer would have to choose between the right conditions for an oil with excellent organoleptic properties, for awards and acknowledgements of the product, maybe where low oleocanthal content, and with maybe high oleacein. Another possibility would be to have products with a high oleocanthal, but the organoleptic properties wouldn't be that good, or a product for the average consumer, where we'll have intermediate values and with medium fruitiness for this product. And this would be it. Thank you very much for your attention. Hello, my name is Manuel Carabaca. I'm the president of the International Association of Olive Oil Factories, and we're going to speak about the role that the mill operators have to play and the different procedures. So, who is the mill master? It is such an old. It's a very old job. When the first oils were starting to be made, there was someone that was managing the procedure, and this is when this job emerged. So it is a very old job as the olive oil, and it has evolved until today, and it has many more roles right now. It has to be someone that is highly skilled because new technologies require so, and he must have knowledge enough and expertise both in terms of mechanics, IT, and so on and so forth in order to manage a mill. And it's the person that controls quality. The mill master is the person that is in charge of virgin olive oils, controlling every step and parameter at state of extraction, the storage process, and preservation, and he is the person in charge of setting the machinery, besides any other, for example, administration tasks, like, for example, traceability and other quality regulations that they usually have to cater for. The oil mill master doesn't have to spoil what they get. The first olive oil factory is the olive. If we don't have a good olive, it's very difficult that the oil mill master can have a good olive oil. So this is why this olive oil mill master is so important. They have to take care of the olives as much as they can, so that from there on, at the oil mill, we are able to preserve everything that has been created in the countryside. So when we've collected the olives and when we have them, there will be some factors that would affect the quality of the olive oil. We have agronomical factors, like, for example, the variety of the olive. Based on one olive or another, they will have different organoleptic qualities. The technology means, for example, if they've used some purines or something, and of course the transport. All these processes will have a direct impact on what we are going to receive at the oil mill, and we will make these olives into high quality olive oils. This EVOO, sorry, that we want to get at the end of the procedure, and it will be highly conditioned by the variety, the olive variety. So the oil mill master, will have an impact on the technology aspects in reception and cleaning the olive. We have to take care of this structure that has been taken from the countryside, that has been transported in optimal conditions. We have to receive and to clean these olives if necessary. If not, we shouldn't clean it based on how they arrive. The milling is one of the key points when we have to control this. The shaking, as we'll see in a minute, has its controls, where based on how we do it, we'll have different characteristics, clarification, or, for example, the procedure of settling. We will remove the impurities, and the storage and the packing of the olive oil. After we have gone through all these procedures, it is important that we store the olive oil as good as we can, so that we can preserve it with the best possible conditions. The oil mill master role is key in the phenolic composition and in the healthy compounds that this olive oil will have. As we've said before, the variety will be very important. We have oils that, according to their characteristics, won't have these compounds, or will have less healthy compounds, or will be less stable olive oils, or they will oxidize before, based on the variety. The agronomical factors, how these olives have been collected, the ripeness index, if well, the situation of the fruit, for example, if it is green but there have been many flies around, it won't give us a high quality olive oil. The extraction will be very important. We're going to preserve this phenolic composition and these healthy compounds besides the organoleptic ones, and the storage. It's very important to clean the tanks, in what kind of tank we keep the olive oil, and the type of bucket or packaging we're going to use to put these olive oil in. We have a very important slide here to see the first process that we deal with in an oil mill, the reception. Besides varieties, we will make a difference based on quality. The quality is important. Tree or ground. There's the ranking that we have been doing for many years, and this is the ranking that is going to be used in many of the oil mills. But now we will see other kind of rankings that are being made with new technologies. You are seeing what these kind of olives with leaves, etc. And on the bottom side, you can see that there are traces of sand. For example, this olive has fallen down, or is being knocked down because maybe there were just a few of them, so they are on the ground. And we have the slide of an orange juice that is quite representative, a healthy orange with its system, etc. And we'll have a good orange juice with that. If we're able to have a clean oil mill and we have a good fruit and a good olive, we will be able to have this quality. On the other hand, you can see that the other orange is quite similar to the other olive, is some kind of rotten, and we won't be able to get any quality oil. What I was telling you before, the new methods, the new technologies are helping us rank the olives based on quality. We're seeing the health situation. We have mill machines that detect whether this olive, besides the fat it has, they are able to tell us about the acidity level, the health situation, and it's a tool that the masters will use in the years to come. It still has to be developed, but well, it has to be settled, so to speak. It's being used at some oil mills, but I think that it can be more used. It will give us more information, and it's a control that will allow us to have quite homogeneous batches, both from an analytical point of view in terms of fat and with healthy compounds. This is one of the things that we have to pay attention to, because our product is unique, and we need to preserve every single minority compound that is healthy. So new technologies are allowing us to that. While this olive is being cleaned, we are able to rank it, and from there on we can have a homogeneous batch with a very high quality.
Once we've received the olives, we can wash the olives or not. There are various factors when you're washing olives, and others will not change. Cleanness. Well, when we receive the olive oil, we have cleaning and washing. I mean, cleaning doesn't have an impact on the quality of oil. It is just an injection of air to remove leaves, so there's not going to have any impact in its components. It's not going to change the quality of oil. However, washing the fruit, as you can see, there are some factors that will not change whether we wash olives or not, such as the amount of oil it has, the peroxide index, K270, K232. These parameters do not change whether we wash olives or not, but others do, and they can have an impact on the quality of our oil. Humidity of fruit is going to increase, so stability is going to decrease. It's going to be more complicated to extract the oil. The fat in pomace is going to go up. Polyphenols are going to decrease. Oxidative stability and the result of the olive. Once you wash the olive oil, the fruitiness is reduced. There's another factor. Storing should not be over 12 hours if you want to get a high quality olive oil. It shouldn't be stored beyond 12 hours because it could ferment, it could get a different flavor. Once it's been stored, and we are going to mill it before 12 hours. At the mill, we are going to damage, so to speak, or we're going to preserve the organoleptic characteristics of that oil. One of the things that we should never do at a mill, even if maybe only if it's we're in extreme conditions, is adding water, because it's going to reduce phenol content. There are going to be less phenols, the mass is going to be reduced, and this oil is going to have less phenols once it's been extracted. At the final, the grinding, we're going to have more phenols and minority components, although depending on the varieties, if we work with Briqual, with a very fine grinding, we're going to have extractability problems, we're going to lose oil. So the master plays a role here, and we need to consider the quality of the olive, the variety, with the type of screening we're going to get to have the highest possible quality and capacity. The speed of milling or grinding at the mill is important. Sometimes you can change it, sometimes you can't, but it's depending on the quality you want, you can change it. And the higher the speed, the higher the content in phenols. So we need to properly choose the type of milling, and based on this we could have a better performance in our process, and we can get a healthier olive oil with better characteristics. Each process, as we said at the beginning, we receive high quality olives, but in the extraction process we need to be very careful, because in any part of the process I may do the perfect job when washing, cleaning, storing, but then once I've extracted the oil, maybe in preservation, I can damage the oil. So you need skilled people who know what they're doing, and each part of the process is important. They're all important, they're complementary, and if you fail in one of them, the olive oil will not be of high quality. Then we have to condition the mass. We need a temperature control, and we need to control the time. Temperature has to be regulated with 24 degrees to trigger enzymatic reaction, and it shouldn't be above 28 degrees because it starts to be degraded. There are oil mills that don't want the type of quality, and if you work between 28 and 30, you can have extra virgin olive oil with a lower quality. Organoleptic qualities will probably be reduced compared to oil extracted at 24 to 28 degrees. And then we have an important factor, which is the shaking time. If you go beyond 90 minutes, you're going to reduce the presence of polyphenols and the loss of smell or flavors, and we could even create some defects. If we shake for a very long period of time, there could be a problem. So the important factors are just temperature and time. Another one, which is cleanliness. Cleanliness is important in every part of the process. Reception, mills need to be cleaned after milling. This is a very important factor. We can regulate everyone we want, the temperature, the speed, but if it's not clean, we will hardly obtain quality olive oil. Everything we've done a good job, but storing is a very important part of the process, because we're going to preserve the outcome of the whole process that we've carried out during the extraction process. Tanks have to be clean. Storage should take place in the best conditions. To preserve those oils, we should have opaque tanks inox, steel. In some tanks you still see ceramics or epoxy that are the inside. They used to be made of iron, but ideally they should be stored in inox steel. If possible, for quality oils, if it's not filtered, at least we should remove part of the impurities that will be deposited at the bottom of tanks, and they will cause fermentation. And if you don't try to avoid it by purging the tanks or changing olive from that tank, we could spoil the oil. So inotization of oil, once it's been filtered, is a highly recommendable practice to preserve phenol levels. If it's not clean enough, we could have residue at the bottom, so we need to analyze and monitor oils. We've spoken about the oil mill master, but he doesn't work by himself. This is like a football team. You might have a coach, but you need operators that carry out the orders that the master dictates. The master conveys the instructions to the workers so that they execute cleaning, temperature control, and the courtyard master has a role, and he needs to have knowledge. In the past, anyone could work at an oil mill, but one of the goals of the association was having highly skilled people, because if you're not familiar with the product, the process, you can hardly act and operate when an incident comes, and this could have an impact in the final quality of the oil. So roles and obligations of courtyard manager: you need to control the characteristics of olives. You need to see if an olive is healthy or has some defect. You need to be able to choose the downloading point depending on the quality of olives. You've seen before that with new technologies, we're going to receive the healthy status. We need to choose the downloading points. Control of cleanliness and or washing the fruit. Cleaning has to be effective. Cleaning machines have regulators depending on the status of the olives. They have a regulation. It's like washing machines. They need to be regulated to prevent damaging olives. They need to know how the hoppers were filled. They have to be connected with the oil mill masters so that you never put fresh olives in a hopper without with previously loaded olives. Then the circulation of fruits. Once you've chosen where to download the olives, you need to know where the fruit is headed, if it's in the best conditions. You need homogeneous batches depending on the analytics. So operators, and in this case courtyard managers or courtyard masters, are very important and critical, because based on that we will get our quality and we have an optimal result. Operators, as I said before, operators, the role in these processes is controlling the proper functioning of machinery, preventing potential spills due to a breakdown that could reduce the quality of the fruit, and it's critical that they know how to handle the machinery we are using to optimize the process. We can't just have anyone to operate the machines. I think the continuation of workers at the oil mill is critical to get quality olive oil. And then the role of the olive oil master. It plays a critical role. The quality of oil depends on him, and also the performance and other parameters that are also important, and which will make the oil mill profitable, quality is important, but also quantity. As I said before, you need to combine quality and quantity. Sometimes they're in conflict because of temperature, shaking time, etc. But the master is there to make the most of that oil, to get the best organoleptic characteristics. Farmers did a good job in the fields, and they come with good olives, and we need to do a good job. And if you invest in a good master and good operators at oil mills, this is a guarantee for success in quality and profitability. Nowadays, in any job, you need professionals to be profitable and to have quality. In this industry, you work just for a small window of time. You work for 24 hours, and you need to take decisions while you're working, and these decisions could have an impact on how profitable the oil mill is and the quality of oils, and for that you need a good professional. I could speak for hours because there's a lot to say about this, but I've just given you a general idea so that you can know how important extraction is. It's not just seeing the nice bottle of olive oil at the supermarket, this olive oil that received an award, etc. Behind all of this, there are professionals, there are quality controls, factors that will give us quality and profitability, and the healthy elements that we look for with our liquid gold that make it better than any other type of fat. These are my contact data, and thank you for your attention. Good morning. My name is Aranzazu Garcia Borrego. I'm a scientist at the Institute of Fat, and I'm delighted to collaborate in the new edition of Health Matters Convention. I work with phenol compounds of virgin olive oil, and the title of my talk today is Circular Economy in the Production of Virgin Olive Oil. Recovery of the byproduct of manufacturing, which is pumice, obtention of polyphenols with natural eutectic solvents, and vermicompost. Circular economy is a model of production and consumption where you optimize resources and minimize waste. The current economic system is based on a model of linear growth, which is unsustainable. The characteristics of this model are producing, consuming, and throwing away. The transition towards a circular economy model has the following characteristics: growing, using, and recovering. The transition towards this model is a priority for the EU. The agri-food sector generates huge amounts of byproducts. Fortunately, virgin olive oil industry has a high potential for a transition towards circular economy. The production model of virgin olive oil is linear, and it's based on extracting olive oil from olives through centrifugation continuously in two phases. Phase 1, which is virgin olive oil, and phase 2 is byproduct. The balance of this extraction is 20% approximately olive oil and 80% of pumice. This pumice, also called alperujo, has very negative aspects such as high production. It's concentrated in 3 months each year during the olive oil campaign, and production can be over 8 million tons in the world, as it happened in 2020, 2021, 22. It's phytotoxic, antimicrobial, and with a high organic load, and this means that its biological degradation is very complicated. Besides, this means an environmental problem. This is a production model which is not sustainable. However, there are positive aspects. For example, it's very high in phenol compounds. If we analyze the percentage of phenol compounds that is transferred while obtaining olive oil, it's just 2%. And this small amount, which is transferred to olive oil, is responsible for the most important bioactive properties of oil, besides its chemical characteristics and organoleptic characteristics. So if 2% has been transferred to oil, the other 98% remains in pumice. So we have a toxic and polluting product, but it's a source of bioactive substances. In order to recover pumice, we've used many strategies. Our research team works mainly in obtaining phytochemical products. How do we do the extraction? Well, we do it with simple, cost-effective and sustainable procedures. And sustainable means that the extractions have to be carried out with green solvents, with a new generation of solvents that can be recyclable, that are biodegradable, non-toxic, and cheap. So a new generation of solvents called natural deep eutectic solvents. What are they? They're mixtures of natural substances that are present in living cells, and when they are mixed in the right proportion, they create eutectic liquids. They're solid substances at room temperature, but if you mix them in the right way, you generate eutectic liquids with a high extraction capacity, as we're going to show in a while. These nadirs are made up by a proton giver and a proton receiver. We can have amino acids such as alanine or betaine, or sugars, glucose, fructose, alcohols such as sorbitol, or acids such as lactic acid or salicylic acid. They abound in nature. So to recover pumice by phenol extraction, our working system is obtaining pumice through nadirs. It's a simple extraction and also a product, but we need to prove that this extraction is efficient. The extract is rich in phenols, and that they have an active value. So the first thing our team did was establishing the extractive efficiency of the different nadirs. So we formulated different nadirs with different compositions, acid base, alcohol base, and sugar base. And we were able to prove, and you can see it in this chart, the concentration in phenol compounds that we were getting with the different formulations. We compared this with a control, which was methanol. So a solvent, which is a classic when extracting phenols from pumice. And as you can see in the chart, the extraction with these new solvents was more efficient with these new solvents compared with conventional solvents. You see different colors that show the different groups of phenol compounds. For example, saccharoid, aglucone, oleocanthal, oleacin, or alcohols. You have hydroxytyrosol, tyrosol, and others. So the first point was proving that yes, it can be extracted, and we can do that now. And the second point was, okay, but these extracts that we've gotten, do they have antimicrobial or bioactive power? Well, let's analyze it. In this chart, you see how this extraction with nadirs compared to the acidic based and compared to a traditional solvent when it was put in contact with different bacteria. They showed antimicrobial activity, and it was higher when these compounds were extracted with acid-based solvent. So we have more antimicrobial activity when we compare nadirs, our new solvent, with the conventional solvent. In order to compare, we measured it by calculating the minimum inhibiting concentration, so we could establish that the solvents were fit to be used as antimicrobians. So, no, sorry, it's what the speaker corrects us. It's not solvents, it's extracts. They could be used in phytosanitary compounds. Then we needed to prove a bioactive effect. And we proved that nadirs extracts had anti-inflammatory effect. How did we do this? We measured the expression of a factor, the alpha 2 aminotransferase factor, which induces inflammation, and we were able to prove that phenol compounds had anti-inflammatory characteristics when extracted with nadirs. So we have our two important points that we wanted to prove that it was possible to use sustainable solvents to extract phenol compounds and transition towards an olive oil production where we can recycle those products. So this is our graphic, but it's still a linear production because we were removing the pumice problem, but we were creating a new one. The byproduct that was generated using natives. Our multidisciplinary team said, okay, we're going to transform this byproduct in something organic. How do we do it? Through vermicompost. So we did vermicompost with this Alpionades, as we call it, and with Eisenia worms, they could use this substrate, and as a product, they generated an organic compost with physical and chemistry characteristics that were acceptable as organic fertilizers. And I'll go fast now. So once this was over, we had achieved our goal, which was having a circular production system in the obtention of virgin olive oil with three processes that are included in this graphic. The first one is extracting olive oil with the generation of the first byproduct and olive oil. Then the second, this process is using natives for extracting phenol compounds from the pumice through organic solvents, and with that we have our phenol ester that can be used by the pharma industry or the food industry or in cosmetics, and also phytosanitary products. It used to create many problems, but now we are able to use in our third process, vermicompost. We use Eisenia worms, and we use the pumice that we extracted with this residue. We can biotransform it into a substance that goes back into the production cycle. And with this, we provide a comprehensive solution. We are collaborating for the comprehensive management that matches circular economy for producing virgin olive oil. And this is the end of my talk. If you have any question, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you for your attention.
Hello to everyone. This is Alberto Diaz. I'm going to introduce today a topic about pharmacies and polyphenols. I would like to thanks as well the invitation. It's a pleasure to me to be in this kind of congress, and I hope you enjoy. And any doubts, any question, at the end you can ask me anything, and also you can email with any suggestion. Thank you very much. So I'm going to start with myself. This is me at the pharmacy. So I'm from Granada in the south of Spain. I study pharmacy. I consider myself as an entrepreneur. I did a master in business and marketing in pharmaceutical industry. I have experience working in community pharmacy in the UK. My main background is working in rare disease, and at the moment I'm working in a pharmaceutical company for business development in oncology diagnostic. I wanted to mention about my goal, why it's coming from this project to bringing olive oil to the UK and start doing it in pharmacies. I wanted to bring something healthy and natural to the UK. I wanted to contribute as well with the olive oil awareness. I think there is a big gap and knowledge in people in the UK, because they don't know much about the benefits. They know olive oil is good, but they don't know the differences and the where it's coming from. And also I wanted to link the countryside, health, and the UK, these three topic in one, because I consider very important to myself. So everything is coming from one of the reason I did this project was because when I was working as a pharmacist in community pharmacy in the UK, mainly in Oxford, I was doing a service called Medicine Use Review. It was an NHS service for patients to follow up them with chronic disease as asthma, cardiovascular disease, blood disorder. So the main action was follow up, give them advice how to take the medication if they have any side effect. But sometimes we didn't mention much about the diet and sports and exercise. So it was quite important, and I think was a lack of information for the patient. So I realized there is a huge knowledge about the healthy tips, so the patient didn't know anything about how they can contribute as well as taking tablets to have a lifestyle much better than now. So I did many steps, I did many movement, but I wanted to mention my first step. It was knowing my customer, my patient. In this case, I did surveys to know what they are thinking, where they get the olive oil at the moment, if they know anything about the olive oil. It was a successful information for myself, maybe not enough, not too many numbers of surveys, but it was enough to launch the project. Also was another one because I didn't want to do a marketing, not to deceive the patient, but to give a product with really beneficial ingredient and something different to the rest. So I support in the EFSA health declaration. I did analysis to know how much polyphenols has my product, in this case Montefrio olive oil. So it was a healthy declaration. That means if they have the product have more than 250 milligram per kilogram of the polyphenols, tyrosol, olocantal, and other polyphenols, you can mention that your product is really helping the people and to control the cholesterol and other things. So the product I'm doing at the moment, sporting in the UK, had in the analysis 518 milligrams per kilogram of polyphenol, so it was pretty much double than the health declaration, so it was good enough to give to the patient. And another step I did was finding local providers as the Montevilla Cooperative, companies around Granada, around my city, that can help me to launch my project and to deliver to the UK. The main barriers I found in my project, it was that my main target at the beginning was community pharmacy. Was like there is like a kind of crisis at the moment because there is a shortage of staff, so it's very difficult to have all the staff at the pharmacy, so they don't have enough time to provide to the patient to give some healthy advice. So it was a barrier I found at that time, because the pharmacy and the companies, they were more thinking about the business and not to giving this service, healthy service to the community. The other one was olive oil culture, that in England is not, as I think they are beginners in this area, and you have to explain why you are selling olive oil at the pharmacy, why your product can be used for salad, for anything else, why cis polyphenols, why cold press, why early harvest, to explain all this information they didn't know. So they don't know, so it was a good challenge at that time. Logistic, it was, I think with the Brexit, it was not easy to deliver all the product from Spain to the UK because of the legal barriers, economic as well. Competitors, there were big chain of supermarket with really affordable price for the olive oil, so it was difficult to change the thinking of the patient, why your product is much better than the one I'm getting in Tesco for £2 or £3. So you have to explain why refined, just olive oil, just virgin is low quality in comparison to extra virgin olive oil and cold press and early harvest. So it was a good challenge because there are big Italian companies really settled there, so it was a difficulty for myself. I couldn't finish, but it was a second project I wanted to mention to you as well. It was an observational study. It was a project, was organizing like a study link NHS, Oxford Brookes University and local pharmacy. The idea was to recruit a small group of patients with cardiovascular issues willing to improve the quality of life, taking EVO extra virgin olive oil rich in polyphenols every day, as well as regular exercise and other stuff. It was a long-term study, a couple of years, to obtain a big data about information can help the organization, even the government. So the idea was to encourage the government to promote olive oil, extra virgin olive oil to families, to school, to the industry, instead of having oils less salutary as olive oil. And just to finishing my presentation, I was just to mention 4 important learnings from myself, I think, from my project, and maybe can help anyone else in any other country or for any other reason. It was like a rush never helped, so it's important to visualize and to organize very well a project with olive oil or with anything else. To be ambitious, because if you are not ambitious, it's difficult to launch like a project or like a company. But at the same time, you need to be cautious. You cannot be too ambitious to just to conquer any country in 3 days. You have to take to be step by step and learn from the mistakes you are making, because there are many mistakes I made. So it's important. Test first. It's important to test with a small amount of your product, in this case olive oil, and this quality of olive oil, because it's different to the rest. It's not something it was already in the market. To know what they think about the patient, not just your family and your friends, because they are going to tell you how good you are, how good is your project. Also surround about with multidisciplinary people, farmers, providers, logistic, client, legal, and tax advisor. It's very important to know a bit of everything, because and to get information from them, because it's going to make you like a good picture of the project. So thank you very much for everything. Any information or any extra information or doubt, more than welcome to respond. Many thanks for your help.
Good morning, good afternoon. I'm Joaquin Velasco. I'm a researcher. Belong to the characterization and lipid quality of Instituto de la Grasa. And now I'm going to speak about the extra virgin olive oil qualities in deep frying and about the performance and losses of bioactive components. I will especially talk about the loss of the minority compounds or bioactive compounds. As it is well known, the extra virgin olive oil is extracted through mechanical procedures that include milling the olives, shaking the paste, and the separation of the olive through spinning. It doesn't have sensorial effects, and it has to remind us of fresh olives. Its acidity should be below 0.8 degrees. In that case, we will move on to the next category, virgin olive oil. That, as opposite to the first one, can have minor sensory defects. If it has more than 2 degrees of acidity, it has to be refined olive oil because it can't be used for consumption. It's a marker of the situation of the olives. Fresh olives with the right ripeness should have a less level of acidity. On the other side, the refined oil is used with virgin olive oils that give flavor and taste, and its acidity should be below 1 degree. As any edible olive, the extra virgin olive oil is formed by triglycerides that constitute the most important part of it. The rest is made up by the minor compounds. They are in low compounds, but they are in charge of its organoleptic properties and of its functional or beneficial conditions. As you can see on the picture, we have many minority components. In the case of the extra virgin, does not only include antioxidants, that the phenolic antioxidants, but also other components that have more well-known properties, like for example alcohols or triterpenic dialcohols. The beneficial properties of the olive oils are because of its high content of oleic acid that that can go between 55 and 87% based on the type of olive. They have low level of polysaturated fatty acids or linoleic acids, so the high rate that exists between mono and polysaturated acids that is not found in many olive oils confers, together with their phenolic antioxidants, a high oxidation stability, and as we will see in a minute, a high thermal resistance or resistance or stability for temperatures. Regarding the minor compounds, we can find the phenolic antioxidants or polyphenols that are not in refined oils, that is, common vegetable oils, because they are lost during the refining process. Other components that are quite high are squalene and triterpenic acids that are in substantially higher amounts in virgin olive oils compared to refined ones because of partial or total losses during refining. The presence of some of these compounds in the olive oil is because the virgin oil used in the mixture. In the seed oils, some of them are in very low quantities, like for example, as I was saying before, the polyphenols and squalene, or they are inexistent, since some of them are exclusive from olive oils, like for example the triterpenic alcohols and fatty alcohols. It's obvious that in order to preserve its organoleptic properties, as well as maximizing the intake of phenolic oils, has to be used cold in order to make mayonnaise, other emulsions, salads, etc. And because of the temperature, the volatile compounds are partially lost, as well as its bioactive compounds. But despite the partial losses of its properties, there are many benefits, both sensory and nutritional, that the extra virgin olive oil contributes in high temperature food. For example, when we fry food, a big amount of the oil is embedded into that food, conveying its properties. So the olive oils in general have a high thermal resistance, and because of these reasons, they are recommended as great deep frying oils. However, compared with the seed oils, that is refined oils, olive oils can't reach very high temperatures because of its condition, of its smoke point, is the temperature at which the oil starts to smoke. When this happens, and this normally happens without control, there's a high risk of fire. What does the smoke point depend on? It depends basically on the free fatty acids or acidity. As we can see on this screen, the more acidity, the lower the smoke point is. Although the acidity in extra virgin is limited to 0.8 degrees, vast majority of oils have values between 0.2 and 0.4. In these cases, as we say on the table, the smoke point varies between is around 180 degrees. That is the optimal frying temperature for most of the for the vast majority of food. But if we move to virgin olive oil, the acidity can be up to 2 degrees. In this case, the smoke point is considerably lower. During the frying process, the oil degrades because of the temperature and the oxygen in air, and it entails important quality losses in both in oil and in the food. There are many compounds that are formed with different chemical nature. Basically, triglyceride condensation products, or polymers condensation products, and oxidized triglycerides with different functions that are represented on the left of the screen. What we can see here is just scheme representation that does not reflect at all the great complexity from a chemical point of view of the many compounds that we have there. On the other hand, on the right, because of the water steam, we have the triglyceride hydrolysis, and both triglycerides and free fatty acids are released. Because of a quick evacuation of water, hydrolysis is not very important, and compared to the thermal oxidative degradation, it's not important at all. So in order to have a high polarity than the non-altered triglyceride molecules, these compounds are known as polar compounds. So these levels are limited to 25% in terms of weight. The EVOO resists the frying temperature much better than vegetable oils. As we can see here, in a thermal oxidation at 180 degrees without food, the levels of polymer were less in EVOO compared to, for example, palm oil, sunflower oil, and with polyunsaturated oils like soybean or sunflower. So the higher thermo-oxidative stability of EVOO compared to other oils like palm oil, etc., can be because of its antioxidative polyphenolic products that are not in the refined oils. This has a higher antioxidative activity, than polyphenols. When we remove the antioxidants through a simple procedure, we can see the unsaturation level. As we can see at the bottom, the level of polymers that have been accumulated in the antioxidant oils were higher compared to the polyphenolic oils, as you can see there. So we can see that phenolic antioxidants protect oils from their thermo-oxidative degradation. However, as opposite to what happens at room temperature, the antioxidant activity plays a secondary role in frying, because the phenolic antioxidants do not only attack by stopping the thermo-oxidative oxidation, but they also degrade because of a thermal effect, as we'll see in a minute. The difference that have been found in composition between fatty acids and in the phenolic antioxidants compound make some oils behave better than others in the frying conditions. In the case that we can see on the screen, we are comparing two monovarietal oils from Arbequina and Picual that were heated at 180 degrees. As we can see at the bottom, the polar compounds level clearly indicate a higher stability for Picual oil that has lower levels of polyunsaturated fatty acids, and on the right we see a higher content of phenolic antioxidants. Next study shows the influence of the ripeness level of Picual compared to the thermo-oxidative stability of the oil used at a discontinuous frying of potatoes. As we know, the phenolic compound level reduces with the ripeness index. In this case, we have studied three oils coming from olives with different rates, with different indexes that showed, as you can see on the left, different levels of phenolic compounds. It is important to mention that although we don't see that on the screen, three oils had the same fatty acid composition. The frying conditions were as follows. We performed 40 frying operations with 4 fryings a day. Between the different fryings of a day, we cooled oil to 30-35 degrees with a cooling time of 4 hours, and we did an oil replenishment every 5 frying operations. So we can see the polar compounds that are on the right. We see that the oil with a higher content of phenolic content was the one that had the higher antioxidative stability, but the differences were not very important among the olives, especially during the first frying operations. At a similar research with oils coming from Cornicabra EVOO, we didn't find significant differences in the total content of polar compounds among oils with different levels of phenolic compounds and same compositions of fatty acids. These results can be attributed to the thermal degradation of the antioxidants that are very quickly degraded in the frying conditions, as we can see on the right of the screen. Despite the oil replenishment every 5 frying operations, the antioxidants get exhausted very quickly, and even more with the addition of polar compounds. So regarding the losses of phenolic at frying temperatures, different researches show a high degradation speed, or disappearance speed we would say, for autodifenols, hydrosol and its derivatives. A similar degradation or a lower degradation for photocophenol, and quite a lower speed for tyrosol and its derivatives. The highest losses can be attributed to their higher antioxidative activity. We can see a thermo-oxidation research of 2 oils, Arbequina and Picual, that were heated at 180 degrees. As we can see on the left of the screen, the autodifenols were exhausted after 15 and 20 hours of heating in Arbequina and Picual, respectively. The alpha-tocophenol, the results of which we can't see on the screen, showed a similar behavior with total losses with the same heating times. However, at these same points, the remaining amounts of tyrosol derivatives, as well as the lignans, were relatively high. So, the effective protection of oils seems to be more related to the less active antioxidants group that stay in oil for a longer time. Other thermal oxidation research that was similar to the previous one, after 1 hour of heating at 180 degrees, we registered remaining amounts of antioxidants of around 50% for the autodifenols, close to 70% for tyrosol and its derivatives, and more of 80% for lignans. It could be expected that these amounts are even higher when we have food, because they protect food protects oil from thermal oxidation. The food presence reduces the contact area of oil with air, and water steam that is released in some way prevents the oxygen access. So despite the antioxidant losses, the remaining amounts that can be expected in normal conditions are not very low. So, as opposite to phenolic compounds, alcohols and acids, tritopenic compounds, have shown a high thermal stability. Here we can see the example of apical oil at 180 degrees for 36 hours. After 36 hours of heating, as we can see, we haven't seen a significant loss for both groups of compounds. This about minor components that are characteristic because of its content is squalene. As alcohols and tritopenic acids, squalene has shown a high thermal stability that seems to depend on the olive variety. The same research that had been previously presented after 36 hours of heating at 180 degrees, we found squalene losses of around 25% at apical oil, and we didn't see any significant change in an arbequina oil. The squalene activity and extra virgin seems to be related to the presence of polyphenolic compounds that seem to protect it from its degradation. In this sense, we have found important squalene losses in olive oils, that is, refined oils. As we can see on the right, the thermal oxidation research from 3 olive oils with different squalene contents, after 20 hours of heating at 180 degrees, the squalene losses ranged between 70 and 80%. We can conclude that the extra virgin olive oil presents higher resistance to frying temperatures than common vegetable oils.
The phenolic compounds protect oil during heating, but they degrade due to thermal effect, losing their antioxidant efficacy. The orthodiphenolic compounds, hydroxytyrosol and derivatives, degrade more rapidly compared to tyrosol and its derivatives. And finally, other minor components such as squalene and tritopenic compounds, alcohols and acids, present high stability at frying temperatures. Thank you very much for your attention. Good afternoon. My name is Javier Bermúdez. I'm a senior researcher of the Regional Hospital of Malaga and the Biomedical Research Institute of Malaga. In my talk, I'm going to present the April study, which is a clinical trial of nutritional intervention with EVOO compared to ROO in people with obesity and diabetes. It is established that virgin olive oil has an important role in Mediterranean diet in primary prevention of cardiovascular diseases. This has been shown by many studies, in particular the studies by Predimed team. Years ago, they clearly saw that a diet supplemented with virgin olive oil could reduce important inflammatory markers such as CRP and interleukin-6 and cells involved in endothelial processes that create heterogeneous such as ICAM and VCAM. Besides, the improvement identified in the markers was followed by a lower incidence of heart diseases among people following this virgin olive oil enriched diet, Mediterranean diet, compared to a controlled diet. Not just primary prevention. The study CardioPrev has shown that virgin olive oil, in the context of a Mediterranean diet, can have a secondary protection effect of cardiovascular risk in patients with coronary diseases. And you can clearly see this in this slide, where you see that a Mediterranean diet with olive oil both in men and women makes the incidence of cardiovascular disease clearly lower compared to a hypocaloric diet. However, it is necessary to bear in mind that all these studies that have confirmed the health properties of olive oil have been carried out using virgin olive oil, which is not the most consumed by a population. In Spain, most people use olive oil as a source of lipids in a diet, but the most widely used is a mixture of refined olive oil and virgin olive oil in a small percentage. The result of this is that the main components with healthy properties of olive oil, which is our polyphenols, are present at very low level in this mixed oil that is the most sold olive oil in Spain. So we could think that part of the beneficial effect that olive oil has is being lost for these people that, although they're using olive oil, it's a refined olive oil. This is particularly relevant for people with risk of developing cardiovascular disease, and therefore they will not be correctly protected. This is people with obesity and pre-diabetes. And these people, because of the physiopathology of the disease, we know there are significant processes in these previous stages of their diseases, which are oxidative stress and inflammation. And these processes of inflammation and oxidative stress are counteracted by polyphenols, and polyphenols in olive oil have been clearly described as anti-inflammatory and antioxidant. Why is it important to tackle cardiovascular risk? In the slide, I'm showing the 15 most frequent causes of death in Spain in 2020. And you can see that below COVID diseases, which were the most significant ones here, are the other causes are related to cardiovascular disease, like strokes, heart failure, hypertensive disease, diabetes mellitus. This represented more than 100,000 people that year, more than COVID and more than the others. So this problem is significant. These risk factors are important for diabetes and cardiovascular disease, obesity and pre-diabetes. Let's take a look at data from 2020. This is the BMI of people in Europe split up in sex, in gender. We have men in green, and the percentage of men with obesity and overweight is more than 60%, compared to less than 40% of men that have a regular weight. In women, things don't look much better. We can say that half the women have a overweight compared to the other half. So the obesity indexes and the overweight indexes is very significant, and they're going to be the cause of a later onset of a cardiovascular disease. Regarding diabetes, we have concerning data. The study called Diabetes, it was carried out in Spain. It was coordinated by a hospital. It showed that in Spain, the alterations of glycemia related to prediabetes here in the blue cycle are 14.8% of prevalence, more than the prevalence of diabetes itself. And considering that among people with diabetes, half of them don't know that they are diabetics, so people with pre-diabetes have a disease ongoing, and they're not being treated, and they have a significant risk of developing a cardiovascular disease. Therefore, in diabetes, and to a certain extent in prediabetes and obesity, there are a series of metabolic alterations in our body that have an impact on different organs: the pancreas, the muscle, the liver, adipocytes. These processes are insulin resistance, hyperglycemia, hyperlipidemia. These processes are going to challenge our body by generating alterations in other molecular processes, oxidative stress, inflammation, that will be key in turn to the endothelial damage that will lead to vascular complications, cardiovascular disease, and vascular complications in important organs such as kidneys, heart, or even, as you know, diabetes can have an effect on our retina and other organs such as our brain. As I said before, virgin olive oil has a series of compounds which are minority polyphenols. There are different types of polyphenols, and they're the cause of the beneficial effects olive oil has in our health. These compounds, polyphenols, are transferred from olives to virgin olive oil. They're also present in pumice, but if there's a process of refining, whether it's pumice or virgin olive oil, these polyphenols remain in a very low quantity, come in virgin olive oil, refined olive oil, even common olive oil. But the levels are very low, as I was saying. There are different types of polyphenols, and there's a series of polyphenols that are being widely studied, and it's believed that they are very important in the anti-inflammatory and antioxidant effects, which are saccharides. This is a group of polyphenols of low polarity, the main component of which is the oleocanthal. This is a molecule discovered by Dr. Gary Beecham, here to your left. It has been reported in numerous studies in vitro and in vivo models as a compound with anti-inflammatory effect, cardioprotective effect, and anti-cancer and anti-Alzheimer effects. We work with the saccharides, these phenolic compounds with low polarity present in olive oil. In our trial, we wanted to study refined olive oil and an extra virgin olive oil. And here you can see the phenolic composition of both oils with a characteristic. The simple phenols, the polar phenols, their levels are similar in ROO and EVOO, but for saccharides, you know that oleacin and oleocanthal, their levels are almost 10 times higher in EVOO, and others, such as all European ligustoside are also higher, together with other higher levels of other low polarity polyphenols such as lignans or flavonoids. So we're going to compare two oils. Virgin olive oil has almost 10 times more polyphenols than refined olive oil. In this slide, I'm showing the design of our study. It's a randomized, double-blind, crossed study. There are two branches with obesity and prediabetes. The intervention was, there were two periods of intervention, 1 month each. First of all, with an ROO, then a washout period of 15 days, and then EVOO for another month. And then the second group, the other way around. They started with EVOO, and then after the washout period, for another month, ROO. This is the design of the study, a crossed design. And at the end of each intervention, we took blood samples, urine feces sample, and we did data collection, anthropometric and clinical data, and also physical activity, frequency of eating. I wanted to say too, and this is important, that the intervention we carried out, within the nutritional intervention, we tried to be as less interventions as possible. We haven't established a specific amount of oil to be taken. We just asked them to replace the oil they use at home, raw or for cooking purposes, with the olive oil that we were giving them. We gave them enough amount of money so that they could use it according to the size of the family, so that the whole family could use it, so that the habits in terms of cooking were not altered. We didn't give advice on diet, hypocaloric diet, or we didn't ban any type of food or physical activities. The idea was just replacing their oil with the one we were giving them. Sample size calculation. It was based on differences in a significant inflammatory marker, HS, ultrasensitive CRP, and we established that we needed, for alpha 0.05 and beta 0.2, and assuming a 10% of withdrawal, 50 patients in each group. We enrolled 45 people in sequence 1, 46 in sequence 2, 91 in total. There wasn't any withdrawal. And the recruitment of these patients was done based on the database from our Pizarra study. It's an epidemiological study of incidence and prevalence of diabetes in a place in Malaga called Pizarra, then also in primary care centers where we have collaborators that took part in the trial, and then some endocrinology and nutrition units in our regional hospital. Recorded variables, food frequency, physical activity, Mediterranean diet score, adiposity and anthropometric measures, blood pressure, glucose measurements, and inflammatory parameters, oxidation parameters, renal inflammation. Regarding inclusion criteria, we selected adults between 40 and 65 years old, obese, with glycated hemoglobin, pre-diabetes levels, and of course they had to sign the informed consent. We excluded people with a previous diagnosis of diabetes, pregnant women, neoplastic disease, or any inflammatory disease, treated or not with anti-inflammatory drugs, women on replacement hormonal therapy because of the interference that this can have in oxidative stress, and also eating more than 3 meals a week outside of the home. Primary endpoints. They were the inflammatory markers measured by multiplex assay, the oxidative status measured by biochemical methods. As secondary endpoints, we wanted to analyze the body weight and adiposity measures and the metabolic status, anything related to glucose homeostasis and lipid profile. Statistical analysis. We used some ANCOVA test adjusted by age, sex, and sequence of treatment. In this slide, you can see the basal characteristics of our patients based on the sequence of administration, whether it was refined and virgin or the other way around. And as you can see, we have two homogeneous groups. The only difference we identified was physical activity. In sequence 2, the participants had less physical activity compared to sequence 1. As a measurement of treatment adherence, we used hydroxytyrosol in plasma level. This is a metabolite of oleacin, and that's why we used as a way to check that the patients were actually taking virgin olive oil. In this column in gray, we can see that after 4 weeks of treatment, hydroxytyrosol levels in plasma are significantly higher than the levels at baseline. Levels are similar, both at baseline and at 4 weeks, when they used ROO as expected. This table shows inflammatory cytokines, where we found differences in treatment with ROO or EVOO. Interferon gamma in particular, which is a very important molecule in terms of its ability to modulate the immune system. We know it's increased in stages of chronic inflammatory. We saw that it was reduced after treatment with EVOO, but there were no changes after treatment with ROO. Statistically, the difference was significant when both treatments were compared. CXCL1 is a cytokine involved in the recruiting of immune cells, was increased after both treatments. However, when we excluded samples that didn't reach the limit, the increase of this molecule was higher with ROO than with EVOO, so the trend was statistically clear towards a difference between both treatments. Then interleukin 12p40 and the metabolite of interleukin 1, we saw that they were increased with both treatments. As a whole, these results show that there's a certain difference in the ability to modulate certain inflammatory markers. We've identified changes in oxidative stress markers. The antioxidant status is increased after EVOO and not after ROO. The differences between groups are statistically significant. Glutathione reductase is decreased in both treatments, which suggests that there's a lower oxidative stress. Thiols are the biggest part of antioxidants in our body. After treatment with ROO, there's a reduction of these levels. We don't see it after treating with EVOO. Besides, the differences between groups are really close to significance. There's a clear trend towards difference. Then we have lipidic peroxides are decreased, both the hydrosoluble fraction and the organic one, after the treatment with EVOO and not after ROO. The differences are statistically significant. All of this suggests that there's a better antioxidant profile after treating with EVOO than after ROO. Interestingly, we've seen that after treating with EVOO, there's a decrease in weight of almost a kilogram on average across the subjects that took part in our study compared to the treatment with ROO, where the change was lower, 600 grams. wasn't significant. In the case of ROO, it was for EVOO. And this matches a decrease in BMI in people treated with EVOO for that month and not in subjects treated with ROO. Glucose homeostasis parameters. We've seen that after the treatment with EVOO, there was a reduction, statistically significant, of the patient's glucose more than 10 milligrams per deciliter after a month of treatment. This came hand in hand with an increase in the functionality of beta cells. They were significant, and a decrease of sensitivity to insulin. We didn't see relevant changes intra-treatment or inter-treatments for other variables such as food frequency, physical activity, Mediterranean diet score, blood pressure, lipid parameters, or renal function markers. As a conclusion, we can say that the intervention for just 1 month for EVOO enriched in low polarity polyphenols in people with obesity and prediabetes produced clinical improvements in very relevant parameters such as weight, BMI, and glycemia, as well as in oxidative stress markers and inflammatory markers. Therefore, this shows that EVOO which is rich in low polarity polyphenols, can be a promising nutritional tool to treat obesity and prediabetes and to prevent diabetes and cardiovascular disease. Therefore, within the context of the Mediterranean diet, we can say that the type of olive oil consumed is important, and that this has to be borne in mind in order to maximize the beneficial effects of olive oil. In our study, we were able to see that EVOO is better than olive oil combined with refined olive oil in its ability to modulate metabolic processes which are relevant in people with obesity and diabetes. Last but not least, I would like to thank the people involved in this clinical study, in particular the staff, April staff in Malaga, nurses, basic research staff, clinical researchers, primary care professionals, and our collaborators, Dr. Aránzazu García Borrega from the Instituto de la Grasa, Dr. María Isabel Cobas from Nuprobas, and Dr. José Antonio Américo and Clara Villanueva of the Oleocancer Andalusian Society, and also our funders such as Instituto de Salud Carlos III and the Regional Department of Health and Consumption of the Andalusian government. Thank you very much.
Hello, we are at the Olive Museum of Granada. My name is Jose Juan Jimenez. I'm the Secretary General, and I have Juan Manuel Alcaraz. He's in charge of R&D and quality from the COP, San Francisco de Asís from Montefrio. And we're going to deliver a presentation about the designation of origin and the projects that we are developing in the COP based on the unique characteristics that olives have in this area. The characteristics of this designation of origin are thanks to the type of olive that we have here. We have different kinds, different types, and we have the possibility of conducting researches like the one that we are going to tackle right now. We are in the south of Andalusia, specifically in the province of Granada, that is next to Córdoba, Jaén, and Málaga. A surface of around 71,000 hectares of olive grove. And one of the important characteristics is that these are mountain olive groves with around 730 meters high to the sea level. We have 14 companies in the designation of origin that produce around 28,000 tons of oil, of EVOO. We have some snapshots here. You can check that the land has it's basically mountain olive groves. And regarding references, this has been, we have had olive groves since the 8th century. And there are other evidences that in 1586 there were some local orders that said that they already had oil mills, so you can have an idea about how this field has developed. We have more than 13 varieties, 4 main ones. They are around 95% of the 61,000 hectares, and the other one was with minority, but on a local level we have the option of doing things with them. We can create single kind olive oils. The most important one would be the Hojiblanca one that we share with the south of Córdoba. It has a very characteristic olive oil. You can see the sensory profile is a little bit spicy and it's not bitter at all. The second one would be Picual. It comes from Jaén. It's quite stable, it's very rich in polyphenols and a little bit bitterer, so to speak. And the third one would be Picudo, a very rustic variety with very hot summers and cold winters that gives olive oils that are similar to Hojiblanco but maybe a little bit bitterer. The fourth one that comes from this area, basically from the municipality of Illora, is the Lucio variety that gives very characteristic olive oils with linoleic acids that are higher than any other variety, and it has a very characteristic taste. As minority varieties, we can find the ones that you can see on the screen: Nevadillo Blanco, Manzanilla, Loain, Gordal de Granada, Chorreal de Montefrio, etc. that are varieties that have been used in San Francisco de Asís to develop the research project that we're going to deal with. Every variety has different characteristics, and with characteristics fatty acids profiles. For example, Lucio or Picudo have linoleic acid content that are higher compared to the other varieties. If we compare them with Picual, it would be quite higher. And in terms of phenols, as far as they are mountain olive groves, they are quite high. So Chorreal or Picual are high at 700 parts per million, for example. But as Juan Manuel is going to explain right now, we have been able to have higher figures in that in this sense. So I give the floor to him, and he's going to explain the importance of these varieties when developing these olive oils. As Jose Juan has said, one of the keys of the research projects of our COP San Francisco de Asís has to do with varieties. I'm going to speak about the MedKits project. That is the one that we're working on right now. It is a project with a technical approach that is quite wide. We work together with important companies from the food sector in all over Spain. And it is in the framework of the Proyecto 100 from Sereti, and we are trying to look for healthy food. We're trying to look for a healthy basket, but that is aimed basically to kids' food. Just to put obesity as a main focus, and to look for food that is as healthy as possible in order to tackle this problem. I would like to say that San Francisco de Asís, for a very long time, has been focusing on health and taste. These are the two main axes of its strategy. We try to develop health and taste, and we try to develop both the municipality and the region. So this research started in many people's work, from the designation of origin with José Juan Jiménez López leading the project, and with Francisco Marino Cano Pérez, who is the president, that has boosted the research, and on my colleagues' work. They started with the Nutra-Oleum project, where they were studying the different varieties and how they had the bioactive profile of each and one of them, and the polyphenol contents. They were working on a healthy product, and this has led to many results, basically because of the collaboration with the University of Granada, with the collaboration of biochemistry and molecule biology, and it has given results. Nutra-Oleum gave results, like the doctoral thesis by Estefania Sanchez Rodriguez, that was a milestone in this regarding this topic, and it still gives results. Cardiolive progress in terms of the producing effects of the olive oil, and regarding the complementary bioactivities. And we could also speak about Laura Alejandra Vázquez Aguilar, who got her PhD through this project. And this path has taken us here to the MedKits project, where we put our whole capacity for this project in order to increase polyphenols in a natural way, looking for different techniques at the factory and looking for different varieties in the countryside, and we are trying to increase polyphenols as much as possible. We're getting great results thanks to the oxidation stress. We got results of more than 800 parts per million in polyphenols, and we've also added the terpenics in order to look for the healthy effects of olive oil. These results that we have accomplished in order to develop new products have been accomplished thanks to the countryside work, looking for different results with different varieties. And one of the keys is what José Juan said before. The Chorreal is a local variety that has specific conditions with very high polyphenols, and it keeps a very nice taste. This helps us work, and we're working with the research group from the University of Granada, the group of nutrition biochemistry with therapy implications, and we are working with Gabriel Bertrand too. I don't want to deep dive in the project because we don't have results yet, but we are studying different shaking times, different milling times, different sieving times, and the polyphenol presence using different technologies. The optimal variety of Chorreal, although it's true that Picual gives stability, the optimal periods that we are researching, that we are investigating, basically we are increasing our know-how, to make the long story short. And we could see this last year with the collection of Chorreal in October, and it's having practical implications in my colleagues' work, José Jiménez, that has led the project for several years, and Javier Cuesta too. And we are collaborating with the research bodies on a daily basis that are performing trials with these healthy oils to see their effect and to look for the oil. This is the pending task for next year, to look for the oil that will be part of this healthy basket. So, I would like to say thank you for your attention. I'm sorry for not having given many details about the project, but I think that when the researchers move on, they are the ones that have to draw the conclusions. And I would like to say just this. We are planning a global basket with several healthy products, and we consider that it could have an effect on hypertension and health, and especially to fight against target population obesity, young population. Thank you very much for your attention, and we are fully available for you in case you have any kind of question or remark. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is José María Fernández Belaños, a professor of the School of Chemistry at the University of Seville. I'm going to speak about the use of nuclear magnetic resonance in the analysis of EVOO. Let's start speaking about the polyphenols that we find in this type of oils. Oleuropein, lextroside, these compounds are only traces because they're very polar. From sugar, they go to pumice and they get lost there. There are enzymes that break down these connections, and we found hydroxytyrosol, tyrosol, and their derivatives in small amounts, but this increases as the oil ages. Compounds that we can find in significant amounts are all the ones you see here on the screen. Saccharidoids. It starts with the action of beta-glucosidase. The sugar is lost. This is not detectable by magnetic resonance. We have these three isomers with the same molecular formula. We are going to identify after purification. We're going to find this one, lactoside or oleuropein aglycone monoaldehyde. Enzymes work, break this, the carboxyl is lost, and we get oleocanthal and oleacin. What's the percentage? In which percentage we found them in oil? This can be measured precisely with nuclear magnetic resonance. We have amounts close to zero to very high amounts, as you can see here. In EVOO, normal thing would be between 100 and 300 ppm. There are authors that think that above 300 ppm, that's too bitter for some consumers. But the bitter the oil, the healthier. In 2012, the EFSA accepted a health statement, that could be added in order to advertise oil. Olive oil polyphenols contribute to the protection of blood lipids from oxidative stress. This claim can be used only for olive oil containing at least 5 milligrams of hydroxytyrosol, tyrosol, and their derivatives per 20 grams. So around 250 milligrams per kilogram. And this beneficial effect is achieved with a daily intake of around 20 grams of oil, around 1.5 tablespoons. Actually, it is known, there's a paper published by Maggiatis Group, that when it's stored in a bottle, olive oil loses its polyphenolic content, and around 12 months, half of it is gone. So in order to be sure that the amount required according to the health claim is maintained, we need a phenolic content above 500 ppm. The health statement was only related to oxidation and lack of oxidation of blood lipids. Actually, the properties of these polyphenols are extraordinary. These are just 4 examples. A study in mouse models shows that it would be effective in the treatment for rheumatoid arthritis, also the treatment of osteoarthritis with this lextroside aglycone. Regarding Alzheimer's disease, this is a study on humans in Greece for people with a mild cognitive impairment, and they've seen that by consuming EVOO, high in polyphenols, and they compare this with people that had Mediterranean diet of moderate phenolic oil, they saw that cognitive development was higher in people intaking high phenolic EVOO. And Macchiati's group was involved in both studies. There's another study of high oleocanthal oleacein olive oil, and it was effective in patients with early stages of chronic lymphocytic leukemia. Beneficial effects on hematological and apoptotic markers. These are just a few of the many properties that are being discovered regarding these oils. This slide shows the total content of phenols or polyphenols, but not in oil, but in the pulp, before going to the mill. The best 8. They are distributed around different countries. We have Koroneiki, Greece, Mesquite, Tunisia, Picolin from Morocco, Branquita, Portugal, Picudo, Spain, etc. 3 from Italy. And the amount of polyphenols is very high, from 25,000 to almost 40,000 ppm. And then at the tail, we have oils that have almost 10 times less, very low quantities. When these olives go to the mill, the amount obviously is highly reduced. I wish we had this amount in our oils. We've spoken about oleocanthal compounds with wonderful properties. Okay, you want to buy it, you go to a special company and you see the prices. Prices of oleocanthal, 5 milligrams, more than $2,000, 0.5 milligrams, almost $300. So it's very expensive. Oleacein is almost 10 times cheaper. Where would you get it from? Both compounds, they can be isolated from olive oil, or in particular oleacein. It is cheaper because it can also be extracted from olive tree leaves. It's a semi-synthesis process. I'm mentioning a sample of olive oil which has crushed all records. It's a calamine type olive oil from Cyprus in 2017, and it has almost 5,000 milligrams per kilograms of total phenolic content and an amount of oleocanthal of close to 4,000 ppm, which is extraordinary. Here I'm showing the spectrum of NMR in our university with our equipment. It's a very simple system, 5 grams of oil. This is mixed with cyclohexane and other substances. There's an extraction, centrifugation. We take an extract showing aldehyde. This is put into a solvent, and with this piece of equipment we obtained the spectrum. This is the enlargement of the most important or significant part. We see protons and ions. Oleocanthal and oleacein have 2 aldehydic protons, and there are 2 aldehydes, and they appear here. There are smaller signals here from this aglycon. This is the reference, and well, I think this is enough, right? This is a sample. This is not advertising. This is Castillo de Canena. It's a wonderful EVOO. I'm even showing the current price. I checked it in Amazon. It's one of the olive oils that we've analyzed with the highest content in oleocanthal, 674 ppm. And I wanted to say here that in this area we have aldehydes. Aldehydes are good misleaders. They're elenoloids. They've lost part of the phenolic. This is not a phenolic content, but it appears in the same area. Another part of this compound, this oil, is this part where we see 2 dialdehyde compounds. We see this one and this other one that forms this cycle with a hydrogen bind. We have oleomiscible and oleocoronal. This is a reference to an oil variety from California. It comes from olive trees planted by Franciscan monks in El Camino Real in the late 18th century. So the name of this compound is an homage to that event. And the oleocoronal has to do with the Greek oil koroneiki. We can easily identify the presence of a oleocanthal degradation product. If the oil is degraded, this aldehyde is going to be preferably degraded. It goes to carboxylic group, and we're going to see the presence of the remnant aldehyde, which is here in red to your right. This is a signal, the signal of acid. So we see how oleocanthal is degrading and the signal of the new compound appears. So far, we've referred exclusively to the phenolic content, but the rest of the oil is very interesting. This is our piece of equipment, 700 megahertz. I would like to say that the price in the market of this device is around €1 million, not just the cost of the device itself, but the cost of maintenance. You have to constantly cool the probe. We need to use liquid nitrogen and helium, so maintenance is very expensive. This is the majority part of oil, which are the triglycerides. We see that the highest content in oil are triglycerides, and we have the signals here. At the bottom part, we have a picture from Citius Portal. This is the scientific group that studies NMR spectrums. Recently, we acquired a special piece of equipment, Bruker Food Screener. Bruker focuses on food. This is specifically for food. It works at 400 megahertz. The price is around €500,000, and it is designed to identify and quantify compounds present in food. And it's also fit for detection of frauds. It's been used to analyze olive oil, juices, wine, and honey. Right now, Citius Working Group has collaborated with Bruker, and it has analyzed 400 oils. We also have a group from Italy and another one from Greece, and with all this information collected with this piece of equipment, we are creating a system that allows to completely analyze not just phenol content, but many other interesting components of olive oil. The advantage here is that we don't need to extract a fraction. We just use the olive as such. We use a very small amount, less than 1 milliliter for the experiment. We add an adulterated solvent. On our next slide, I'm showing part of the information. This has been extended. We're working to have even more information. So far, this is what we got. 20 parameters obtained with a sample of Seville manzanilla. This oil comes from an oil mill in La Puebla de Cazalla, and in the 6 analyses we carried out from that mill, we saw that it was very rich in total polyphenols, over 500 ppm. But on the screen you can see that it refers to free acidity. It's within range. It's 0.80 and it's 0.21. The peroxide value is low compared to the maximum. It also shows the composition of fatty acids, which is interesting from a health perspective. Oleic acid, and saturated acids, linoleic, linolenic, palmitic acid, palmitoleic acid, wax content, which is also within range. It cannot be above 5 ppm. And it's interesting to see the amount of erythrodiol and uvaol, which is within range, to 1% of total sterols. That's the combination of the two. It cannot be above 4.5. This tells us whether there are mixtures with pumice oil, so it's useful to detect fraud of combining EVOO with pumice oil, and with this parameter you can identify it. We have total of monounsaturated fatty acids, polyunsaturated fatty acids, trans fatty acids, or saturated fatty acids below 20%. And last but not least, I always like to finish with this special variety of Spanish olive oils. In this case, the variety is called Faga from Castellón Maestrazgo. The olive oil from that area is Old Fargus 2000. They're almost millenary trees, and they say it's one of the most expensive EVOs in the world. The price of a half-liter bottle is 190 euro. I don't know if its composition is worth it, but it's a very special oil. And this is all.
It's a pleasure to be able to speak to you today about oleocanthal, my favorite molecule. I'm sorry I can't be there in Spain to join you. Maybe next year. We shall see. We certainly can hope. So we've been interested in the pungency of extra virgin olive oil for many years and been particularly interested in the finding that oleocanthal seems to be the major source of that pungency. This work has been primarily done by my colleague, Catherine Perrault-Desgachons. Behind this interest has always been the idea that the sensory properties of plants may signal their pharmacology. Plants that are bitter or pungent have been identified as containing possible medicines for thousands of years and by many different societies throughout the world. Here's an example of one. This is India. The idea, their world of taste, or rasa, consisted of 6 different qualities: sweet, sour, salty, bitter, which are taste qualities and ones that are universally perceived around the world. And then 2 that are not taste, but are oral qualities, pungency and astringency. And I'm going to be particularly interested in bitter taste and pungency, and particularly in pungency, because I won't talk about bitter today at all. So these 2 are generally seen as negative. They're seen as unpleasant stimuli, often to be avoided, but they're also seen as signals of potential for pharmacological activity in the plants that have compounds that produce them. One can see that these are separate sensory systems. Here we have the trigeminal ganglion, which innervates the mucous membranes in the mouth, in the nose, in the eyes up here. And this is what gives you the pungency or the burn or the sting or the coolness if menthol is the one of the stimuli. Then there's the taste system, which is part of the facial nerve here, the chordotympany nerve, that innervates the taste buds, taste receptors. So these have different pathways in the brain. They're 2 totally separate sensory systems, yet they can work together to signal, in this particular case, pharmacological activity. Now, the most famous and well-known irritant is capsaicin, hot peppers. And for many years, it's been known that a particular compound in this hot peppers, capsaicin, is the main compound stimulating what really feels as if it's burn, sting, and this occurs in the mouth. It occurs on the tongue. It occurs in the throat. It occurs many places throughout the body. And it is really a negative response. On the other hand, many people will refuse to eat food unless it has some capsaicin in it. It's been of great interest to know what the receptors are that are responsive to these kinds of compounds. And several decades ago, the capsaicin receptor was identified as one of a member of a family of TRP receptors. These are ion channels, and capsaicin apparently is detected by one called TRPV1. The work that went into discovering this resulted in a fairly recent Nobel Prize. But there's several other receptors in the same family. One is TRPM8, the green one down here, and this is responsive to menthol and is coolness. The one that we'll be particularly interested in is TRPA1. So initially, we were interested in the fact that ibuprofen, the compound ibuprofen, has an irritating property in the throat, which seemed identical to that with the compound in extra virgin olive oil that also stimulates the throat, and which we then labeled as oleocanthal. And what we found was indeed that this oleocanthal and ibuprofen stimulate the same receptor, and is particularly expressed in the throat, causing tickle, burn, sting, cough, and so forth. So oleocanthal and ibuprofen both are responsive to TRPA1. But they also have some similarities to things like capsaicin because they also they both oleocanthal and capsaicin both stimulate pain and throat irritation. It turns out that we're pretty sure that oleocanthal is the main source of this throat irritation because here we're showing concentration of oleocanthal across the bottom and the perceived irritation on the vertical axis, and one can see that these are highly correlated. We believe that most, if not all, of the irritation, throat irritation, in excellent extra virgin olive oils resides in the amount of oleocanthal that the olive oil contains. Now, I was interested in this from the very beginning because after I began working on oleocanthal, I also participated in a lot of sensory evaluations. And this is a perfect example of one of those where an individual has a large number of samples of different olive oils, and he or she is asked to make judgments about their a variety of factors, but one will just comment on in particular their irritating properties in the throat. And basically, they taste one after another, and what we found is, or what we noticed, that there are large individual differences in people's response to these stimuli. And I show you an example here of 3 different subjects. One subject 2003, a second subject 2004, and then a third 2010. And there's 5 different olive oils here: 10, 12, 15, 9, and 2. And basically, number 2 is apparently it has the highest level of oleocanthal and also stimulates the greatest level of irritation. But what we see here very clearly is subject number 2003 responds as if almost there's nothing there. That's in great contrast to subject 2004, and who is responsive to all of them, but in a fashion that is correlated with the amount of oleocanthal in the extra virgin olive oil. We do not know the basis for this individual differences in people's response to oleocanthal, and this is actually an area that we are exploring in great detail. But it does cause some problems in terms of the potential for having differences of opinion in a sensory evaluation of extra virgin olive oil. But the other aspect that was interesting or concerning to me was that it was well known that these sensory systems, and particularly the one that was involved in responding to capsaicin, show a remarkable effect of different of the effect of repeated stimulation on people's perception. And I want to just have 2 definitions to start out with. One is sensitization, and this is an increase in sensitivity or perceived intensity of a constant stimulus with repeated exposure to it. And the other is sort of the reverse, desensitization, which is a decrease in sensitivity or perceived intensity of a constant stimulus with repeated exposure to it. And these 2 phenomena have been investigated in very, very great detail with looking at the effect of capsaicin in response to stimulation in the oral cavity. I'm going to show one very complicated slide here, but hopefully it'll be clear the remarkable effects of both sensitization and desensitization of this sensory system. Now, if we look on the left here, where we have sensitization, what we see here is with repeated exposure, and this is the same stimulus with 5 seconds between it, 15 seconds between each stimulus, 30 seconds between each one, and 60 seconds between each one. And you can see that as you go from one to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, it gets stronger and stronger and stronger. This is the perceived irritation. So basically, this is a great example of sensitization, an increase in perception of the strength of this particular irritation with repeated exposure to exactly the same stimulus. Then what Barry Green did is wait 15 minutes and bring the same stimulus back. And we can see it more clearly here with the 60-second interval, which is this. So 60 seconds between each one of these stimulations. And then after 10 stimulations, it reaches the maximum for this one. 15 minutes later, we take exactly the same stimulus, and it's much less potent. So this is desensitization. It's a really remarkable effect. Now this has been looked at in the trigeminal system, particularly with capsaicin, in a variety of different ways. And I have to admit that there's not total there's some conflicts between some of the investigators, but most people find both sensitization and desensitization as a common factor in repeated exposures with time in between of the exact same capsaicin solution. What about oleocanthal? Well, the reason that we were particularly interested in this, of course, is because this is part of the sensory evaluation procedure, the repeated exposure, one after another. And what we saw with capsaicin was big effects, big changes. And if that were the case for oleocanthal, which is what I expected, one would see that the way in which people do sensory evaluation really has some potential problems. But here is the results of what we've done many studies now. I'm just going to show a couple that suggest that in fact there is neither desensitization nor sensitization across stimuli. Here we have two extra virgin olive oils, one that's a little more potent than the second. These are groups of people, 15 to 20 people in each group. They're judging the intensity. Here's the first stimulus of EV001, then the second one, then the third one, then the fourth one. And in between each one of these is a 1 minute interval, a 1 minute intertrial interval. In this particular case, they did not rinse, but we've done some where they've rinsed or used some other stimuli to clear the palate, so to speak. So here's another example where we had the interval between each of these is 3 minutes. And again, no suggestion whatsoever that there's any change in response over repeated testing. These stimuli were done in a way that gives a very short and a small amount of material to stimulate it. But if we look at even larger volumes, which is much more similar to EV0 testing, we can see there too, there's no suggestion whatsoever of either sensitization or desensitization. In other words, the way that the sensory evaluation seems to work is for oleocanthal or for extra virgin olive oil seems to be just fine from a perceptual point of view. We don't have to worry about the effects of repeated exposure. But there really is a puzzle as to why there's a big difference between capsaicin and oleocanthal. And we can think of several reasons. One kind of obvious one is difference in purity of the stimulus. For capsaicin, most people that have studied it have used pure capsaicin. The study of response to oleocanthal has been usually looked at as a response to oils with oleocanthal in them. We don't use pure oleocanthal for sensory work, in part because it's so valuable and so hard to get hold of, and to one of the things that we're also trying to do now is to find ways to get enough stimulus so that we can do sensory work in parallel with the work on capsaicin using pure stimuli. It could be that the receptor differences in function as well. It could be that TRPV1 and TRPA1 really just operate differently. And that's something that we are looking at as well. The methods of stimulation, I didn't go into that. There's all sorts of variations on the methods of stimulation. Some use filter paper, some use small amounts of liquid. Some use just 5 mils of swallowing, as we did in that last slide I showed. So there's the methodological differences that have to be taken apart. And then finally, there's this issue of whether maybe the throat is very different than the tongue, which is where most of the work on capsaicin has been done. And that too is an area which we find great interest in. So the practical conclusions are that this is okay. It seems to work. There is no particular reason, to my great surprise, that repeated exposure is going to have any impact, presuming that one carefully times the time between stimuli, and if one does palate cleaning, one does it similarly across the session. So I thank you and look forward to next year when hopefully we will all be together again.
Hello, and thank you so much for inviting me as a speaker to this conference. I'm very sad I wasn't able to attend in person, but by the time you are watching this recording, hopefully I will have added a new member to my family, and the timing of that just did not work out in a way that would allow me to attend in person. Nonetheless, I'm very excited to share with you some of the history of oleogustus, the idea that fatty acids have a taste sensation. And so I'd like to begin with some acknowledgments specifically for the work that you'll see from my research lab. So some of the students who have contributed to this work are shown here on the screen. We've had some funding from the US government as well as internally from Purdue University. And of course, beyond what's listed on this screen, I'm going to share with you some background from a lot of other people who really built the foundation for the claims that fatty acids have a taste. So oleogustus is a bit of a mouthful, a bit of a large word, an awkward word to describe a sensation that's actually quite hard to explain or define to other people without having experienced it in isolation. So the term comes from the Latin, so oleo for oily or fatty, and gustus for taste. Now, I've come to learn since we decided on this as a term for fatty acid tastes that in some languages I'm saying the exact same thing twice when I say fat taste and oleogustus. And so I apologize for that if in your language this doesn't make any sense because it's the exact same term. Nonetheless, this is what we had chosen when we proposed the idea that fatty acid taste needs its own sort of technical term for the scientific literature. And we did this back in 2015 when we published this paper on the unique taste of fat. It was myself, Dr. Bruce Craig, and Dr. Rick Mattis from Purdue University. And again, the reason why we proposed this was because we really think that the idea of fatty acid taste needs to be distinct from other sensations that we ascribe to fattiness or to fatty foods, because it really is a unique phenomenon and a different sort of affective quality that this sensation generates or is experienced as for humans. And as a quick reminder, I just want to touch base that fat taste, when I talk about taste, is different from flavor. This will be very familiar to most of you in this audience, the idea that taste and flavor are not the same thing. So much of flavor is retronasal olfaction. So this comes from the aromas that go up the backside of the mouth into the nasal passages as you are chewing and swallowing your food. And so when we think of a flavor, we might think of bacon, so a fatty food that has a particular flavor. But when we think about the taste of the bacon, that's more limited. So the gustatory sensations of the bacon might stimulate salty or umami or even sweet tastes. And I would propose that they also stimulate likely a fatty taste or oleogustus. And there have historically been sort of a limited number of tastes when we think about specific taste sensation. Most people agree on sweet, sour, salty, bitter, and even umami, the savory taste sensation. But in recent decades, there have been a whole host of other potential tastes proposed that we should really think about whether they qualify amongst these taste sensations. So calcium, metals, dextrins, so small units of glucose, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 glucose units strung together, and of course, fat, the topic of my presentation today. The idea that fat has a taste actually has a very long history. Some of the earliest documented written evidence for this or arguments for this would go to Jean Fournel, who wrote some books in the 1500s in which he argued that there is a fatty taste sensation. But more recently, This has gained some new traction as molecular techniques have evolved over recent years, and we're really able to more accurately pinpoint which chemicals are actually causing which sensations through which pathways when we think about the connections between the oral cavity and the brain. And so this is a paper that I really think got people thinking again about whether fat has a taste, starch as well in this particular paper. And so Dr. Ramirez, who I believe was at the Monell Chemical Senses Center at the time, was doing some animal experiments and observed that starch and oil preference in the animals was mediated by both olfactory, so they could smell some bits of these stimuli, and non-olfactory cues, so something other than aroma was contributing to the preference of these animals for the fatty solutions and the starch solutions as well. And there was some other work that they had done that sort of illustrated that this wasn't likely to be just textural as well, though in the conclusion of this paper and related papers, it's kind of left a little bit up to the future to determine exactly what parts of this might be textural and which ones might be some other sort of sense that is detecting these stimuli. And so when we think about the discovery or discoveries of Oleogustus, there's a few key points that I'd like to go over, sort of the history of and why they make this an important phenomenon to discuss. And so first, fatty acids stimulate a sensation through taste cells and taste nerves. This key point, I think, is very important because this is a lot of what, to me, makes this a taste sensation rather than something else. Being able to document that this actually occurs through those pathways, I think, is a lot of what defines it as a taste. The sensation is different by chemical structure. And to me, this is evidence that it's a chemo sensation, a chemically driven sensation, especially because we can use these structures to sort of correct for some of the textural or other components that fatty acids might alter in a food. The sensation is different from other tastes, so it's not just a new type of bitterness or something else, it's actually unique. And I also think it's important that it's unique from what we typically think of as fattiness, which we often see as sort of a positive hedonic attribute to food. And so again, this is important because it differentiates it from other tastes that already have names and terms ascribed to them. And finally, the sensation has physiological and behavioral consequences. And this to me is important because it means that it matters. All right, so it actually means that there are reasons we should care about this and research it when we think about human behavior or animal behavior related to food. And so to begin, fatty acids stimulate a sensation through taste cells and nerves. And I want to begin by pointing out that it is truly fatty acids, not triglyceride, the larger molecule that's more common in food, that are the stimulus for Oleogustus. And so here on the screen, you have an image of a triglyceride. So there's a glycerol backbone over on the left-hand side of the screen. It is linked through these ester bonds to 3 different fatty acids. But in order for Oleogustus, fatty acid taste, to occur, this ester bond has to be cleaved, and we have to generate fatty acids. And this can happen in a number of ways. So the one that we tend to talk about a lot in the research literature is lipase. So lipase, an enzyme, can come and can actually cut the fatty acids off of the glycerol backbone. But also there are other ways that triglyceride can degrade into non-esterified fatty acids, free fatty acids. So this can happen through the presence of acids, so low pH, or base, high pH. It can also happen just in the presence of heat that these bonds can be cleaved. And so then we end up with one free fatty acid, in theory one at a time, and a diglyceride remaining, which can then be further degraded into more free fatty acids. And so the lipase that can cause this reaction to occur is present both in saliva at very small amounts, but it is there, as well as it can be present in the food itself. Dairy products, in particular, milk products, are known to contain relatively high amounts of lipase that can release these free fatty acids. Acid and base hydrolysis is a common intentional industrial way to hydrolyze triglyceride into fatty acids. And hydrolysis by heat can occur when you cook or you fry foods in particular. This is one of the primary reasons why when a restaurant or in your home, if you deep fry foods, this is one of the reasons why that oil needs to be replaced over time, is because all of that intense heat that you're using to cook the food is slowly releasing more and more of the fatty acids, and more fatty acids will contribute to less pleasant sensations in that food. And so these free fatty acids must then mix with saliva and interact with taste receptors, sending signals through taste nerves to taste regions in the brain. And this is a graphic that was actually developed by some folks at the Monell Chemical Senses Center. Again, they come up quite frequently in chemosensory work, but Danny Reed published an article in 2015 with this nice graphic, and I wanted to share it with you because it really does summarize some of these more mechanistic components to why we think that Oleogustus is truly a taste sensation. And so much of this work I did not do, and so I want to acknowledge it and give a bit of the history, but we won't spend a whole lot of depth here because it's not my work. Nonetheless, various labs have identified taste receptors that respond to fatty acid. So Philippe Bernard and Naim Khan and Tim Gilbertson, their labs have done a lot of the work over the years demonstrating that proteins such as delayed rectifying potassium channels, DRK channels, GEEC protein-coupled receptors, GPCRs, particularly 120, and maybe a few of the others of those particular class of receptors, as well as CD36, are the prime candidates for how humans and rodents are able to detect fatty acids in the oral cavity. And then also there's been work by very similar labs, actually, some of the same labs, demonstrating that once these sensations are detected by those taste receptors, the signal is actually sent through the taste nerves. So specifically cranial nerves 7, 9, and 10 seem to be involved in the transmission of these signals from the mouth to the brain. And again, that's important for establishing the evidence that this is truly a taste sensation. But where we start to get into a bit more of the work that I can share with you really comes down to when we start thinking about chemical structures. So fatty acid sensation does differ by the chemical structure of the fatty acids. And the key structural features when we think about fatty acids are chain length, so how long is the chain of carbons in a fatty acid. So we have an example here of a short chain, a medium chain, and a long chain fatty acid, 6 carbons, 12 carbons, and 18 carbons. And all of these that you see on the screen would be considered saturated fatty acids, meaning they have the most amount of hydrogens on that alkyl chain as possible. Whereas the other key feature would be this saturated versus unsaturated fatty acid property. So we have saturated fatty acids on the left-hand side of the screen, and then unsaturated fatty acids on the right-hand side of the screen. So some examples here are alpha-linolenic, linoleic, and oleic fatty acids. All of these have 18 carbons, but they have 3, 2, and 1 points of unsaturation, double bond, present in their structure. And this is really important because these two features, chain length and unsaturation, are what drive the physical and chemical properties of fatty acids. And so when we think about these two general qualities of fatty acids, longer chain fatty acids that are more saturated, all right, so more fully saturated fatty acids, few or no double bonds, tend to be more solid, both at room and body temperature. They tend to be less volatile, so they're less likely to escape into the air and to have aromas that humans or other animals could detect. They are less soluble in water, and they tend to have worse health outcomes. All right, so they tend to be pro-inflammatory in the human body, contributing to things like heart disease, for example. Whereas the shorter chain and the unsaturated fatty acids, so less saturated fatty acids, tend to be more liquid, again, both at room temperature and at body temperature. They tend to be more volatile, so they're going to have more aroma qualities associated with them. They are more soluble in water. Even the long chain fatty acids, if they have points of unsaturation, if they have double bonds present in their structure, they are slightly more soluble than the saturated fatty acids. These fats, however, are also then more easily oxidized, which means they can generate even more aroma molecules that humans could detect. And from a health perspective, these shorter chain and less saturated fatty acids also tend to be more anti-inflammatory, or good for human health in particular. But I would also note that the shorter chain and less saturated fatty acids also have a stronger taste. And there's quite a bit of evidence for this by now. So some of the work that was part of my dissertation, my PhD thesis with Dr. Richard Mattis, we were able to demonstrate that humans detect shorter and less saturated fatty acids at lower concentrations than the longer and more saturated fatty acids. So for example, here on the left-hand side of the screen, we have caproic acid, which has 6 carbons, lauric acid, which has 12 carbons, and oleic acid, which has 18 carbons and one double bond. And so the short chain fatty acid was detected at a much lower concentration, as you can see, than the medium and the long chain fatty acids. And again, when we think about just the points of unsaturation, these also matter in terms of what concentration people can detect these at. And so in this study, we were able to show that oleic acid with only one double bond, 1 point of unsaturation, was detected at a higher concentration, so people were less sensitive to it, than linoleic and linolenic acid, which have 2 and 3 points of unsaturation, respectively. So again, the polyunsaturated fatty acids, linoleic and alpha-linolenic, were more easy to detect than the monounsaturated fatty acid. And the short chain fatty acid was easier to detect than the longer chain fatty acids. And this has been shown by other groups and other labs as well. So Richard Mattis has a few different papers on this where they've demonstrated over the years that short chain fatty acids are detected at lower concentrations and unsaturated fatty acids are detected at lower concentrations. Dr. Russell Keast out of Australia, his lab has shown similar patterns, as well as some groups out of Germany. So Mike Behrens and Wolfgang Meyerhoff and Thomas Hoffman all have a paper that also demonstrates that the longer chain fatty acids are detected at higher concentrations than short chain, and that the points of unsaturation may matter as well. But it's also important to note that not only the detection of these, but also the human effective response is altered by this. So polyunsaturated fatty acid is rejected by taste alone. Again, this is with the nose blocked, so we're blocking the olfactory cues at a lower concentration than a monounsaturated fatty acid. So the data you see on this slide is actually from a study we did with melted chocolate. We took melted chocolate and we added fatty acid to that sample. And we asked people to, well, we had them compare 2 samples and tell us which one they preferred. And we were basically establishing the rejection threshold, the point at which people found these unpleasant. And again, what we were able to show here, so if you look at the solid lines, those are going to be the lines for taste alone. So that's when the nose is plugged, whereas the dotted lines are when they could smell it as well. Both for smell and taste, we were able to show that people rejected the polyunsaturated fatty acid, that's the linoleic acid on the right-hand side of the screen. They rejected that at a lower concentration than the monounsaturated fatty acid, so the oleic acid, which is on the right or the left-hand side of the screen. So again, people were more, not necessarily sensitive here, but more likely to reject this fatty acid at a lower concentration when it had more points of unsaturation. So again, the structural features of these fatty acids contributes to how they are perceived and how intense that sensation is, as well as how low of a concentration we can detect these fatty acids. And so long chain unsaturated fatty acids, those ones we are most sensitive to, their sensation in particular is also different from other tastes. That's sort of the next key part of these discoveries that I think it's important to think about. And so this is actually the work that we did in that 2015 paper when we proposed the term oleogustus to describe this taste sensation. And so the first experiment we did here was we gave people a whole bunch of samples. Some of them were fatty acids, so we had medium and long chain fatty acids here. We had a short chain fatty acid. We had a couple umami stimuli. We had some sour stimuli, salty, bitter, and sweet. And we gave people all of these samples and asked them to sort them by how similar they were. They were nose clips the entire time, so all of this is driven predominantly by taste sensation, but also potentially by chemostasis or irritancy from these samples. And when you look at this graph that's on the right-hand side of the screen, the thing I want to note is that anytime in this sort of multidimensional scaling plot that you're looking at, if you have a peak that is kind of tight at the base and very tall, that means that the people in the study sorted that sample more consistently in that particular perceptual space. So, for example, the sugars were sorted together and they were very far apart from all the other samples in perceptual space, means they were unique. The sweet samples were unique. The salty samples were unique. So again, we see a tight peak that's very tall that indicates they were sorted very consistently and together and away from other samples in a different group from the other samples. And then we start to get into the interesting bits. We seem to have a sour cluster here in our graph. So our acetic acid and citric acid mapped very close together. So you see those two peaks are very tight, but also very close. And then the hexanoic acid, which was our short chain fatty acid, was sorted very close to those samples when we ran the statistical analysis. So again, that indicates that short chain fatty acids are likely sour stimuli. And I will note that acetic acid, so this is the compound that you would find in vinegar, and it is very sour, is also technically a fatty acid. Right? So again, more evidence that short chain fatty acids are actually sour in their sensation. But then all the rest of our samples that we tested in this part of the study, the umami, the medium and long chain fatty acid, even the blank solution, the control and the bitter solutions, they all kind of got lumped together. So again, here we don't see very tall peaks. There's a couple tall peaks, but they're overlapping with other peaks. And what that means is that these samples were sorted less consistently. And so what we figured was they were so different from everything else that they all kind of got put together as like unpleasant stuff left over after people made the other groups. And so we ran another experiment. This time we focused specifically on bitter samples as well as the medium and long chain fatty acids. And when we ran the test that way, again, we used a medium and 2 long chain fatty acids, and we used a whole bunch of different bitter stimuli. What we saw in this mapping experiment, the sorting experiment, was that we have our long chain fatty acids in the yellow and the red. If you look carefully under these peaks, you see there's a red peak under the yellow peak and a yellow peak under the red peak. So the 2 long chain fatty acids overlapped very much. The medium chain fatty acid was completely unique from all of the other samples. So it was its own tight little peak all by itself. And then all the bitter samples were sort of this extra lump over to the side. So the bitter samples all overlapped with each other by quite a bit, but they did not overlap very much with our long chain or our medium chain fatty acids. And so again, this is the evidence that we have that shows that in particular, the long chain unsaturated fatty acids are unique in their sensation from medium chain fatty acids, from short chain fatty acids, and from bitter stimuli. And again, there's been other evidence to support this. So again, from the groups out of Germany, we see some evidence in this paper from 2012, where they showed that the medium and the long chain fatty acids were likely different qualitative sensations. And it's been confirmed more recently by, again, Dr. Richard Mattis's lab in some newer work that they did, where the perceptual quality of fatty acids differed by the chain length. Again, with short chain fatty acids being sour, medium chain fatty acids being unique and perhaps irritants, so kinesthetic stimuli instead of taste, perhaps. And then the long chain fatty acids being the true oleogustus stimuli. And then finally, I want to leave you with these ideas that fatty acid sensation has physiological and behavioral consequences. So they do things to bodies that make them matter. And some earlier evidence for this would be that fatty acid taste influences physiology by stimulating bile acids in pancreatic juice, so digestive processes. And so some work in 2003 showed that oleic acid, linoleic acid, and linolenic acid, again, these are 3 unsaturated long-chain fatty acids, the things we think stimulate oleogustus. These all stimulated protein output, which was their measure of bile pancreatic juice. Compared to caprylic acid, which is a medium chain fatty acid, or methyl esters of these fatty acids. So again, the free fatty acid itself seems to be what stimulates these effects. And similarly, this was repeated in 2005 when they were able to show that, again, caprylic acid, the medium chain fatty acid, did not stimulate the bile acid, the pancreatic juice secretions. Stearic acid, which is a long-chain saturated fatty acid, did not stimulate the digestive juices, but our oleic acid, linoleic acid, and linolenic acid, all 3 of these did stimulate those digestive juices compared to control. So again, it's the long-chain unsaturated fatty acids that are the prime candidates here. And when we look in humans, exposure to oral fat can actually influence blood triglycerides over the next several hours. And again, this is work from Dr. Richard Mattis's lab, and what they were able to show in this study is just by chewing and spitting out, so these samples were not swallowed, by chewing and spitting out a sample that had full fat cream cheese, they saw greater amounts of triglyceride over the next several hours in human blood compared to when they used a non-fat cream cheese on the cracker, compared to the cracker alone, and compared to no stimulation. So again, something about the fat itself seems to be stimulating these biological responses. And then also I'd like to point out that there's an affective response. So people experience this and have feelings about it when they taste these fatty acids. And so this is just some extra data from that 2015 study where we proposed the term oleogustus. And what we have are a bunch of descriptors that we collected from people about the 2 long-chain unsaturated fatty acids. And a larger word here means that people use that term more often. So we saw a lot of people referring to these as bitter. I don't think this was true bitterness. I think they just used bitter to mean bad, especially because if you look at the other words in this picture, you see there's a lot of other words that seem to relate to this was an unpleasant, horrible, yuck sensation. So again, people did not enjoy the taste of the fatty acids. And so finally, I really would like to leave you with just a tidbit of new data, new stuff, the future of oleogustus and where it may go. My lab in particular has been looking at how saliva might play a role in humans' experience of the oleogustus taste. And our new work has shown that saliva may be able to emulsify fat, and its ability to do that could influence how people experience the taste. And so real briefly, what we had people do in this study, it was just accepted for publication, and hopefully by the time you view this recording, you'll be able to access it. But we had people take an oil and water mixture. So there's a layer of vegetable oil and a layer of water. The water had a purple food color in it. And so these looked like this, the image you see on the left-hand side of the screen here, vegetable oil and purple water. People sipped this into their mouth. They swished it around their mouth for 30 seconds. And they spat it back out. And when they spat it back out, we could observe layers in that oil, water, saliva mixture. And so we saw this upper emulsified layer. So this is the fat mixed with some water, mixed with saliva. And so these are the little fat droplets. They're making it opaque. So you get this sort of pink layer on top. And then the water layer separates out to the bottom, which again contains a lot of the purple pigment. And so we compared the sort of ability of people's saliva to create this upper emulsified layer of fat and looked at how that related to people's ability to discriminate fatty acids from control samples. And so first I want to tell you that people varied dramatically in the size of these emulsified layers. So again, what we're measuring here is the size of this top sort of pink layer compared to the size overall of the water layer and the pink emulsion layer combined. And so, for example, on the top here, you see someone whose saliva did not emulsify the fat very well. We see that that upper pink layer shrinks over time very rapidly, whereas other people, their saliva emulsified the fat extremely well. And so their layer changes very little over time. And in fact, we have just this teeny, teeny, tiny little layer of water even at 3 minutes out. And so again, not very good ability to emulsify the fat for the person's saliva in the top image, very good ability to emulsify the fat in the bottom image. And the degree to which people's saliva emulsified the fat in these samples seemed to relate to their ability to pick oleogustus out from control samples, to identify fatty acids in samples compared to control. And we observed this we ran a tetrad test. It's a type of discrimination task. So we asked people to sort linoleic acid samples from control samples. And again, what we observed is at 0 minutes and half a minute after spitting out the oil and water mixture, the people who successfully sorted fatty acid from control, so the people who could discriminate the fatty acid, had larger fat layers than the people who could not sort it. So in other words, non-discriminators of oleogustus, their spat out oil water mixtures looked more like the top images, whereas discriminators of oleogustus, their spat out oil water mixtures looked more like the bottom image. And so this is really interesting to us. We're going to pursue it further in the future and sort of try to tease out some of these relationships. But in general, I just wanted to give you a tidbit of where this story is going. So the oleogustus story so far, we can taste fatty acids. That taste signal is detected by taste cells. It goes through taste nerves to taste centers in the brain. The shorter the chain length and the more unsaturated fatty acids are, the more potent and intense the taste. But short, medium, and long chain fatty acids might all have different tastes, with short chain fatty acids being sour, medium chain fatty acids likely being irritants, and long chain fatty acids actually being the oleogustus stimuli. The taste of oleogustus is not pleasant in isolation or really in food, though I think that area has a lot of potential for more research in the future. And importantly, polyunsaturated fatty acids, these have the strongest evidence for health benefits, but are also the strongest stimuli for oleogustus. And so that's a bit of an issue. You know, the healthy thing tastes bad, and that's something that should be kept in mind when we think about foods for health and the importance of this oleogustus sensation. And then finally, again, we have some new work showing that saliva's ability to emulsify fat might actually influence people's ability to sense oleogustus. And I think that'll be interesting, again, to watch in years to come. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention and thank you again for allowing me to still participate in this conference. I wish I could be there with you in person, but again, hopefully I will have a new little boy with me when you are watching this presentation. And if technology cooperates, I'll join you virtually here in a few moments and hopefully be able to answer any of your questions. If not, again, thank you very much. And please feel free to contact me with any questions as well.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the valuable opportunity to be with you to present our research on extra virgin olive oil and olive phenol and their activity against the cancer. I am declaring one conflict of interest as I am a co-founder and equity shareholder of a Louisiana-based company. I will go over with you through that some of covering some brief introduction on prostate cancer and the SMIT2, the important target like we list today for the olive oil derived oleocanthal, and how our results indicating how oleocanthal was very active castration-resistant prostate cancer, and when we will conclude. Prostate cancer is highly abundant between men globally and in United States. The incidence of prostate cancer is 29%, 29 per 100,000 global wide. And prostate cancer is the second lead of cancer deaths in United States, taking the lives of nearly 35,000 every year. 18% of prostate cancer is more aggressive prostate cancer phenotype. The metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer is the most aggressive phenotype of prostate cancer. Once the patient concluded the course for treatment, whether surgery, radiation, chemotherapy, and targeted therapy, patient then will be phobic and will continue surveillance period to worry about disease relapse. And this is actually associated with monitoring the PSA level, the prostate serum antigen level, which is a very important marker for the disease relapse and prostate cancer malignancy activation in patients. So most of castration-resistant prostate cancer will have 100% incidence for recurrence. And there is current chemo and targeted therapies are not effective or to prevent prostate cancer, and therefore there is an absolute need for the discovery of new therapies for prevention of prostate cancer. Especially, there is no formal drugs that will treat or prevent recurrence so far. Lysine methyltransferases are important enzymes and proteins that they activate several downstream signaling pathway in cancer cell, and therefore exaggerate or initiate aggressive cancer profile in terms of metastasis, proliferation, progression, and potential recurrence. The SMED is a member, the SMED family is a member of the protein lysine methyltransferase, and it is very important so far reported about gene regulation, chromatin remodeling, transcription cell cycle control, and DNA damage. SMED2 specifically reported to be amplified in several cancer types: esophagus, pancreatic, breast, ovarian, and head and neck, colorectal cancers, and also recently we reported it's a highly expression in metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer. Also, several the Cancer Genome Project and several clinical studies reported the dysregulation of SMED2 in metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer specifically, compared to non-metastatic disease or the normal prostate cells. Several industrial pharmaceutical companies try to develop small molecule inhibitors of SMED2. So Eli Lilly, AstraZeneca, and Bayer were extensively working between 2012 and 2016 to develop small inhibitors of SMED2. However, although they developed impressively potent in vitro small molecules that are selective to SMED2, but none of them earned the FDA approval so far, and most of them did not show compelling in vivo activity, or there is no in vivo report for their activity, and therefore there is actually urgent need for discovery of novel SMED2 inhibitors so that it is ultimately a valid molecular target for the control of cancer. Extra virgin olive oil is very rich in monounsaturated fats and phenolics. And several epidemiological studies indicate, like the Mediterranean diet, rich in extra virgin olive oil. People in taking AVO are having less incidence for several cancer types, specifically colon and breast cancer. 3 classes of small phenolics, small molecule phenolics, are naturally occurring in extra virgin olive oil, including simple phenolics, the lignin, C-coiridoids. Oleocancel is a prominent member of the C-coiridoid family of olive oil phenolics that we are dealing with today. The novel method for the purification of oleocancel and other olive phenolics from extra virgin olive oil, which facilitated actually the isolation of double-digit gram amounts of oleocancel and other olive phenolics for subsequent animal studies and near future clinical trials. This few months ago, we published a recent paper on the activity of oleocancel against metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer, and we proved this activity of oleocancel as a potent inhibitor of the expression of SMED2 in prostate cancer. The project started with collaboration with Eli Lilly, which was testing our olive phenolic compounds, and through their cell-free assay, scintillation proximity assay, oleocancel single dose 10 micromolar inhibited almost like 90% of the ability of SMED2 to methylate p53 lysine 370. We also examined the SMED2 expression level in prostate cancer cells, and ultimately we found overexpression of SMED2 in the castration-resistant prostate cancer cell lines. Meanwhile, we compared between the level of SMED2 expression and normal prostate epithelial cells, and ultimately we found the expression of SMED2 is almost double the expression of SMED2 in the normal non-tumorigenic prostate epithelial cells. We knocked out SMED2 in castration-resistant prostate cancer cell line, which significantly modulated or suppressed the viability of the cells and also motility, including the migration, the invasion, and the colony formation ability of these SMED2 knockout cells. And then we compared between the in vitro activity of oleocancel with a panel of chemotherapy, including the taxanes, paclitaxel, and docetaxel, and the targeted therapies like enzalutamide and cisplatin chemotherapy. cell was less active than the taxanes because the taxanes were active at the nanomolar level, while Olucancel was actually much better in terms of activity against the castration-resistant prostate cancer cells, was better than enzalutamide and cisplatin. Olucancel at low micromolar dose was significantly suppressing the level of SMED2 in castration-resistant prostate cancer cell CWR1CA. And similarly, it was able to inhibit the migration and the invasion of this particular castration-resistant prostate cancer cell at the low micromolar level, starting at 0.5 micromolar up to 2 micromolar. Olucancel was even more potent in suppressing the colonization or colony formation ability of this particular cell line, showing also activity at the low micromolar level. Meanwhile, comparing the colonization ability of wild CWR cells versus SMED2 knockout, SMED2 knockout cells almost failed to form colonies, highlighting the importance of SMED2 in the colonization. And the colonization particularly is important because circulating tumor cell or dormant tumor cell activated to circulating tumor cell will have to travel in the bloodstream to distant organ and then settle in at the site of the distant recurrence and colonize, form a colony first, and subsequently activate or result in the disease recurrence. So colonization is the in vitro version of the first step of the recurrence experiment. Then we tested the activity of Olucancel in vivo in thymic node mice. We used 10 milligram per kg daily for 11 days. And the mice fed on Olucancel showed significant suppression of the tumor volume, although 10 milligram per kg per day is actually modest dose, and only 11 days treatment period results in significant reduction of the tumor volume and the tumor weight and tumor viability, as well as per histopathology studies, also significantly suppressed the proliferation marker Ki67 and the vasculogenesis marker CD31, indicating the potential of Olucancel oral treatment for the control of or the suppression of not only the progression of the prostate cancer cells, but also the angiogenesis, which subsequently translate to potential for recurrence. Olucancel treatment also suppressed the SMED2 level in collected primary tumor and several downstream substrate molecule protein substrates. We invented a new animal in vivo recurrence model in which we xenograft the tumor cell, grow the tumor, and then surgically excise the primary tumor grown in the mice. And then we start treatment to test the ability for prevention of subsequent recurrence over 30 days period. This slide here shows that the vehicle control developed the primary tumor. Then we surgically excised this primary tumor, and also the Olucancel treated mice primary tumors were excised. And then we continued treatment with Olucancel for 30 days. And at the end of the experiment, these are the picture. One of the animal, the N=5, one of the animal died because of large tumor size. So all animals treated with Olucancel did not show any leuko-regional recurrence, and very few animals showed, actually 1 animal out of 5 showed only liver and bone metastasis, while 4 out of 5 in the vehicle control or a placebo control showed distant distant recurrence to liver and bone and the kidney extensively. Also, oleocancel treatment reduced the prostate serum antigen level, the recurrence marker in the blood of treated animals, and clearly highlighting or validating oleocancel as a lead active in vivo, unlike known SMED2 modulators that lacked the in vivo activity. Oleocancel was very potent and effective in vivo in progression and recurrence animal models. And ultimately, SMIT2 is a valid molecular target that is uniquely targeted by the extra virgin olive oil derived oleocancel. And the longer-term safety of oleocancel is based on the human history consumption of extra virgin olive oil as a food, and therefore oleocancel is a cost-effective novel SMIT2 inhibitor, can be used as nutraceutical prostate cancer patients and survivors to prevent and control their disease. Finally, I would like to acknowledge Louisiana Board of Regents, NCI, the governor olive oil at Corfu Island in Greece, Eli Lilly, and graduate students and postdocs for their efforts. Finally, I would be more than happy to answer any question, and this is my email address if you would like to email me any questions. So.
Hello, my name is Amal Qadoumi, and the title of my presentation today is Olive Against Alzheimer's Disease from Bench to Bedside. Alzheimer's disease is a complex neurodegenerative disorder, and it is characterized by multiple hallmarks, including brain atrophy, accumulation of beta amyloid plaques in the brain, neurofibrillary tangles, in addition to neuroinflammation that is characterized with microgliosis and astrogliosis. Besides these characteristics, Alzheimer's disease is also characterized with blood-brain barrier breakdown, where compared to the healthy brain, the endothelial cells of the blood-brain barrier are compromised and become leaky. And due to this disruption, the blood-derived proteins such as fibrinogen and IgG, they will be able to have access into the brain. And at the same time, the waste products of the brain will not be able to clear from the brain side to the blood. And one example of those waste products is beta amyloid, where reduction in its clearance from the brain will result into its accumulation and deposition in the brain, leading to neurotoxicity. This slide here represents a section from mouse brain that is with Alzheimer's disease. As we can see here, this green color that is shown in the brain section here, representative for the leaky blood-brain barrier, where this green color shown here, this is a magnification of the image that is on to the left. So this green color here represents an extravasation of IgG shown in green, surrounding the blood vessels that are shown in red. Usually in a healthy brain, the blood-brain barrier is intact, and such extravasation will not be observed. Until now, we don't have any treatment or effective strategy to prevent, treat, or cure Alzheimer's disease. And as we could see that Alzheimer's disease is a very complex disorder with multiple targets, and this necessitates an intervention that is pluripotent, where it can target multiple mechanisms in order to treat that disease. Now, several epidemiological and clinical studies suggested that adherence to the Mediterranean diet improves cognitive function and slows Alzheimer's disease progression. And olive oil is one of the main elements of Mediterranean diet. In the coming slides, I will be talking about our findings that evaluated olive oil and other olive products against Alzheimer's disease. I'll present two studies. One is related to olive leaf extract, and the other one is showing results from our study with extra virgin olive oil. It contains different biophenolic compounds. However, it also contains large levels of oleocanthal compared to the olive leaf extracts, where it contains glycosylated oleurobiin. So in the first study here, we studied the effect of oleurobiin-rich olive leaf extract, which is here abbreviated as OLI, on amyloid-related pathology in an Alzheimer's disease mouse model. Now, the mouse model we used here is the 5XFAD at the age of 6 months. And we have two groups of mice. One received the vehicle, which is refined olive oil, and the other group received the OLI. The dose of OLI was 695 microgram per kilogram. Mice received the treatment for 3 months, and at the end of the 3 months, mice were sacrificed in order to assess the effect on beta amyloid-related pathology. For the first result here, showing the effect of OLI treatment on beta amyloid levels in the brain. And as you can see in the upper panel, as well as in the lower panel, OLI significantly reduced beta amyloid, which is shown here in the green color. In addition to the immunostaining results, our ELISA findings showed that OLI significantly reduced soluble beta amyloid in my brain homogenates. For its effect on neuroinflammation, we evaluated the effect of OLI and vehicle on astrogliosis as monitored by staining with of GFAP, in addition by Western blot. So as we can see here, OLI significantly reduced astrogliosis, as you can see here in the reduction in the intensity of the red color, as well as reduced GFAP by Western blot, which should demonstrate a consistent results between the two, immunostaining and the Western blot. In addition, we monitored the effect of OLI on the pro-inflammatory cytokines, interleukin-1 beta and interleukin-6, and OLI significantly reduced their levels compared to the vehicle-treated mice. Next, in order to see the effect of OLI on memory function of these mice, so we introduced another group here, which is wild-type mice that are characterized with normal cognitive function as a comparison. So compared to the wild-type mice, we can see that the vehicle 5X fed mice demonstrated an impaired memory function. And this memory function was actually restored with the treatment of OLI to levels that were comparable to that of the wild type. And this enhancement in memory function was associated with increase in the synaptic markers monitored by Western blot, suggesting enhancement in the neuronal function. In order to further understand the mechanism by which OLI reduced beta amyloid-related pathology, we found that OLI was able to suppress NLRP3 pathway or NLRP3 inflammasomes pathway, as well as the RAGE HMGB1 pathway via blocking or inhibiting NF-kappa B pathway. Findings of this study can be found in this publication here that is cited at the bottom of the slide. Next, in order to understand also the effect of extra virgin olive oil on the blood-brain barrier function, we performed a study in another mouse model, which is the TG-SWGI, a mouse model of Alzheimer's disease and characterized with blood-brain barrier disruption. So in this study, we used mice at the age of 6 months. We treated them either with control, which is the refined olive oil, or with extra virgin olive oil for 3 months. At the end of the treatment, mice were sacrificed for brains collection, and we performed immunostaining studies to analyze the effect of EVO on the blood-brain barrier integrity and functionality using IgG extravasation. Now, compared to the control group here, you will find that EVO significantly reduced IgG extravasation that is shown in the green color here. When we monitor the IgG extravasation in both the cortex and hippocampus, we found that EVO significantly reduced IgG in both regions of the brain. Similarly, extra virgin olive oil significantly reduced beta amyloid levels in the brain, in both in the cortex as well as in the hippocampus, and beta amyloid in these images are shown in the green color. EVO also reduced the neuroinflammation as monitored by reduction in GFAP, suggesting reduction in astrogliosis. We monitored additional neuroinflammatory markers such as MMP9, which MMP9 is an enzyme that can contribute to the breakdown of the blood-brain barrier, in addition to IPA1, a measure for microgliosis, and TRPA1. And EVO significantly reduced these inflammatory markers, as suggesting a reduction in neuroinflammation. In addition, we monitored the effect of EVO in microgliosis using FIBA. And FIBA is a molecule that is usually used in PET studies to monitor microgliosis and microglia activation in humans. So we injected these mice with FIPA, and we analyzed FIPA levels in mice brains. And as we can see here, EVO significantly reduced FIPA levels in the brain, suggesting again there is a reduction in microglial activation, suggesting a reduction in neuroinflammation. Similarly, we monitored cytokines such as interleukin beta, which was significantly reduced by EVO. And at the same time, we monitored the effect of EVO on the anti-inflammatory marker interleukin 10, and we found that there is a significant reduction or significant increase in EVO levels, or interleukin 10 levels in mice brain. And all collectively, these results suggest that EVO significantly reduced neuroinflammation. Next, we also studied the effect of EVO in memory function in these mice, and we found that EVO treatment significantly improved memory function as monitored by water maze test. The mechanism by which EVO improved memory and reduced beta amyloid related pathologies as well as neuroinflammation, we found that EVO was able to restore the BBB function and reduced amyloid related pathologies via suppression of NLRP3 inflammasome pathway, as well as by the induction of autophagy, a process that play a role in the clearance of beta amyloid. Again, our findings of this study were published in the article that is cited below in this slide. Next, we wanted to see and we wanted to study whether these findings in animals could be translated into humans. So we conducted our pilot clinical trial in MCI subjects. MCI that stands for mild cognitive impaired subjects. In this study, we recruited subjects, and they were assessed for their blood-brain barrier function using MRI scan, for their cognitive function, as well as for effect of EVO or olive oil on blood biomarkers. So this is the study design where we recruited subjects and we screened them for MCI inclusion criteria, divided them into two groups. The one group received the low phenolic content olive oil or refined olive oil, and the other group received the high phenolic content olive oil or extra virgin olive oil. Now, after randomization, they were assessed for cognitive function and for their blood-brain barrier functionality using MRI. And we also collected blood samples to monitor effect of the olive oil on Alzheimer's disease biomarkers. After baseline measurements, these participants, they were put on a daily 30 ml of olive oil. They continued this for 6 months, and at the end of the 6 months, we visited them to reassess cognitive function, biological samples collection, and for MRI screen. This table shows the baseline demographic and the clinical characteristics. So we can, ROO stands for refined olive oil, EVO for extra virgin olive oil. We were able to recruit 12 subjects for the ROO and 13 subjects for the EVO. Those are the characteristics or demographic characteristics, and there was no significant difference between the two groups. And MMSE and CDR, those are two neuropsychological evaluation tests that were used. And we can see here, there was no significant difference between these tests as well between the two groups. Now this result here shows the effect of either olive oil on logical memory that was monitored by a Whistler Memory Scale, the 4th edition. Refined olive oil didn't affect, after 6 months of olive oil intake of ROO, there was no significant difference in the logical memory overall score. However, with the EVO recipients, we can see that after 6 months of EVO consumption, there was a significant increase in the logical memory. We are still working on the MRI images analysis, and we are looking forward to publish this work by end of this year or early of next year. So please keep tuned for this publication and interesting data that we obtained. And finally, I would like to acknowledge my lab members who contributed to this work, especially those who are bolded here, who mostly contributed to the work presented today, in addition to my collaborators and indeed for the funding resources that were provided to complete this work. Thank you, and please let me know if you have any question, and I'll be happy to answer. Thank you.
my name is Mary Flynn, and I'm a research dietitian at the Miriam Hospital and an associate professor of medicine at Brown University, both of which are in Providence, Rhode Island, which is on the east coast of the United States. So my talk is going to be about what is the evidence that a diet that includes extra virgin olive oil is superior to other diets. So I'm going to focus on studies that compare the inclusion of extra virgin olive oil to other defined diets. So there's an amount of fat known, there's a specific diet that's been studied. First, in patients with hypertension, extra virgin olive oil has been shown to lower systolic blood pressure more than diets that include sunflower oil or low-fat diets. Systolic blood pressure is more diet responsive, so diastolic blood pressure is lowered with extra virgin olive oil more than low-fat diets. But for olive oil in general, if you look at phenol content, if you look at comparing an olive oil with a phenol content of 161 to one with 564, both of them will lower systolic blood pressure, but the higher phenol content will lower the diastolic blood pressure. So as I say, diastolic blood pressure is not that diet responsive in general. In patients with an LDL greater than 120, I chose this somewhat arbitrarily. It had to do with what studies were available, but it's not 120 is not a level that's always of a concern. But lower levels I didn't think would be useful to look at. But extra virgin olive oil decreased LDL compared to sunflower oil, which is interesting. I would have thought sunflower oil would decrease the LDL particle more, but extra virgin olive oil did not change LDL any more than corn oil or coconut oil did. Low-fat diets lowered LDL more than an extra virgin olive oil, which is not surprising. Low-fat diets in general lower LDL more because what happens is the lipid material is backing up in the VLDL. The VLDL is made by the liver to carry triglyceride, and when there's sufficient triglyceride removed, it becomes an LDL particle. But a low-fat diet will also decrease LDL particle size, which is not good. If you look at a total phenol content of 366, there was a lowering of LDL more than refined olive oil, but all extra virgin olive oil would decrease LDL oxidation. It's the oxidized LDL particle that's related to heart disease, so any extra virgin olive oil is going to improve the health of the LDL particle. Vegetable seed oils, like corn, safflower, soybean, they will all increase LDL oxidation. The effect on HDL, the studies that we have available only look at levels of HDL that are healthy, greater than 40, and they're all men. So compared to extra virgin olive oil, sunflower, corn, and flaxseed oil all produce similar levels of HDL. So no difference here. Extra virgin olive oil will increase HDL compared to low-fat diets. Low-fat diets will decrease HDL. So really any fat you add is going to improve the HDL level. Low-fat diets decrease HDL because they increase fasting triglycerides. So it has to do with the particle conversion. Then to talk about specific phenols, all of these studies look at men, and all of these studies use baseline HDL levels that are much higher than what would be coded for healthy. 40 is perfectly healthy for a male. 47 is unusual. That's a high HDL in a male. 54, 52, those are really high levels. But if you look at refined olive oil compared to an extra virgin olive oil with a total phenol of 366, no difference in HDL. Refined olive oil compared to a total phenol 150, the 150 did increase HDL. So this to me says there must be something with the phenols, because why would you see an increase with 150 and you don't see one with 366? In this study, they looked at refined olive oil versus an olive oil with a total phenol of 366, and there was no difference in the total HDL, which this is a high number, so that's not surprising. But what happened here was the total phenol of 366 increased the amount of HDL2 that was in the particle. HDL2 is the part of the HDL particle that is related to improving cardiovascular health, and it also improved the ability of the HDL to function. So even though the number didn't change, you're improving the particle. Fasting fasting blood glucose, we have very few studies available with type 2 diabetics, which I find somewhat remarkable because it's certainly a worldwide epidemic of type 2 diabetics. So I think this is an area that's really ripe for investigation. But this study looked at extra virgin olive oil compared to sunflower oil and found in just a 2-week period, extra virgin olive oil decreased both fasting blood glucose and insulin. In this one, extra virgin olive oil decreased fasting blood glucose and also decreased insulin and insulin resistance compared to a low-fat diet. So insulin resistance is the hallmark of a type 2 diabetic. They are making insulin, they're secreting insulin, but it's not working. So you have you end up your pancreas produces more insulin to try to overcome this inability of insulin to work. So in this study, extra virgin olive oil improved that. Body weight. So the thought that fat is related to body weight was ingrained in the U.S. literature for years. I think in some ways, I think it's lessened. I don't think people are as likely to believe that now. But in these studies, a diet that included extra virgin olive oil. In this study, it resulted in the same amount of weight loss as a diet that included soybean oil, so same amount of fat, but 2 different fats. But the fat loss in the body was greater for extra virgin olive oil, even at the same weight loss. In this study, these are women, female survivors of breast cancer in need of weight loss, and an extra virgin olive oil diet resulted in better weight loss compared to a low-fat diet. This was a crossover study, and it found that when the women were on the olive oil diet, they reported eating more food, more total energy, compared to the low-fat diet, and even though they had greater weight loss. In this study with men with recurrent prostate cancer, there was the same weight loss with a olive oil diet compared to a low-fat diet, again reporting higher total energy than an olive oil diet. And on this study, there was lower insulin and insulin resistance as measured by HOMA, which is an indirect way to measure insulin resistance. It's an equation that you look at the amount of insulin needed for this specific level of blood glucose. That was improved even though with the extra virgin olive oil diet, even though the weight loss was the same. And then in this study, extra virgin olive oil resulted in greater weight loss and reduction in waist size compared to a low-fat diet. So in conclusion, compared to other dietary fats or a low-fat diet, extra virgin olive oil should be able to reduce blood pressure, possibly LDL levels, fasting blood glucose, levels of insulin, insulin resistance, and also body weight. Okay, so it can be used to treat a number of clinical risk factors. It is possible that specific phenols are what will increase the HDL because it's not seen at all levels of total phenols. But even if the HDL level isn't changed, it's possible that the function has improved, which is great. I mean, that's really interesting to look at. And in my estimation, we need studies that will look at the ability of extra virgin olive oil to improve levels of HDL in women, and then also in men with baseline HDLs less than 40. Men with HDLs around 37, 38, 39, you see a lot of heart disease in that area, and if you could just get them over 40, which can be difficult to do, you will improve their outcome from a cardiovascular standpoint. And then also I think we need to have more studies that look at the impact of diets that include extra virgin olive oil on blood glucose levels and insulin resistance in patients with type 2 diabetics. Patients with type 2 diabetics also tend to have a lot more oxidation because they have a lot more glucose in their blood. So if it can be shown that extra virgin olive oil can improve the outcome of type 2 diabetics, that would be great. And based on the one study I cited, men who had recurrent prostate cancer and the weight loss with an olive oil diet, it showed that even though the weight loss was same to a low-fat diet, there was an improvement in insulin resistance as measured indirectly. But that would be great. Even if you lose weight and you're a diabetic, you're a type 2 diabetic, you will have an improvement in your blood glucose levels. But if you could show that even without weight loss, you can improve the level you improve the insulin resistance, that would be great. Thank you.
Olive oil health benefits from the perspective of the US consumer, what they know and how it impacts usage. I'm Joe Profaci. I'm the Executive Director of the North American Olive Oil Association. Before we get into the topic, I want to talk about a few things. First, I want to thank Jose Antonio Amerigo for inviting me to be part of this wonderful conference. Olive oil and health is, of course, two things that go hand in hand and help drive the market. I also want to give you a little background on what is the North American Olive Oil Association. It is a trade association that represents the interests of importers, of producers, of packers, of distributors, and even retailers. We have retailer members. Our members basically are all those who are involved in the marketing of olive oil in the United States. Our overarching goal: increase consumption. That's as simple as can be. All grades across the entire category: retail, food service, and bulk. What you see on the screen is a synopsis of our strategy, a strategic plan. So how do we achieve our goals? We promote the category, we defend it from attack. We engage with the government to promote the interests of our members, and we try to ensure product quality as best we can. Why do we do it? We do it to share the health, the taste, and the joy of olive oil with as many people as possible. So before I get into the topic of olive oil and health in the United States, I want to give you a little background about the United States. First, I think it's important to recognize why it is we're talking about the United States. The United States is not a large producer country. What we are talking about the United States because it is a large importer company and a country where consumption is second only to the European Union. This is from the IOC. These are the statistics of leading importer countries. The United States, you can see, is at the top of the list at 35%. When you add Canada, Canada takes you to 40% in North America. So it is an important player in the olive oil industry. In terms of the market itself, give you a little bit of a background on it. Pourable oil category, retail sales in the United States. Olive oil represents 16% by volume. Majority of pourable oils, of course, are seed oils. In terms of the olive oil sales itself, 70% is extra virgin in the United States and 30% is refined olive oil products. Finally, last slide before we get into the topic: olive oil household penetration. I call this the good news, the bad news, good news slide. I'll start with the bad news. Household penetration, what does it mean? These are consumers in whose households they have purchased olive oil during the last year. So the bad news here, of course, is this flat red line, relatively flat. Over the past several years, we have not seen a big growth in consumption and penetration of household penetration. Well, we did see in 2020 a large bump thanks to the pandemic. We were hopeful that the pandemic would create a new plateau from which we'd measure future growth. But as you can see, last year and so far in this year, the penetration rate is creeping down. So that's disappointing. The good news part of this slide is at the bottom. Even though penetration is relatively flat and a relatively modest 40%, the good news is that there are 75 million households in the United States that are not purchasing olive oil. So the opportunity for future growth in the United States is enormous. So by paying attention to health, which, as we know, is the largest driver of olive oil sales, is paramount. And so to the extent we can reach the U.S. consumer with the message of health, we can grow consumption. Okay, let's get started on the topic of the day. In 2021, the NAOA conducted an online survey of 1,000 current and potential olive oil consumers. We use the consultant marketing Meeting Street, and this is the cover slide of the presentation they provided to us. The survey covered a lot of things in addition to health, but what we'll do is we'll focus on what's important to this topic today. So what we wanted to learn about olive oil and health from this presentation, from this survey, were three things. First, overall impressions about olive oils in general and olive oil and health in particular. We wanted to know the extent of consumers' knowledge about the association of olive oil with the treatment and prevention of chronic diseases, specific chronic diseases. And we wanted to learn about how specific messages on health may impact consumers' awareness of olive oil's health benefits and may impact consumption. Start with the first, overall impressions and about olive oil in general and also olive oil and health in particular. So we put together a list of attributes that one might ascribe to food products. And we asked the consumers, this is a list, look at this list of different attributes that could be used to describe foods. For each one, please indicate whether you think it describes olive oil well. Does it describe it very well, somewhat well, or not that well? And as you can see, the results were very, very positive. Our consultant was very impressed by the extent of the positive responses we got. Among all consumers surveyed, olive oil is largely seen as high quality, versatile, flavorful, and healthy, among a host of other positive attributes. Because today's topic, however, is focused on health, I want to drill down onto the health characteristics and health descriptions. So overall, among all the consumers surveyed, that olive oil is good for you scored a remarkable 86% as being descriptive of olive oil. Is heart healthy? Almost the same, 83%. Olive oil helps prevent disease, slightly less at 68%, but still fairly strong. Here also, you know, I should in the survey we asked the same question of those consumers of how they thought those descriptions matched well with other oils, vegetable oil and canola oil in particular. Here we see how the three types of oils compared. So the current olive oil consumers, these are current users of olive oil, they rank olive oil twice as healthy as other oils in terms of the three health descriptions: good for you, heart healthy, helps prevent disease. With respect to potential olive oil consumers, though, so these are consumers not using olive oil every day, they also rated olive oil twice as high as other oils with respect to the good for you and the heart healthy messages, but they saw no difference between olive oil and other oils in terms of helps prevent disease. So clearly there is a point here of lack of education. Yeah, those are the marks. So basically the same. Moving on to the second part of what we're looking at was the extent of consumers' knowledge about how olive oil associates with the treatment or prevention of specific chronic diseases. When we ask, does olive oil prevent disease? That's a very broad question. So we wanted to drill down to specific diseases. So we put together this list of health benefits, of potential health benefits. And we asked the consumers, please indicate which of these you believe apply to olive oil. And you may select as many as apply. Again, the results are pretty strong. 49% of those surveyed said that olive oil will help prevent heart disease, and the next highest was lower blood pressure. So the idea that olive oil helps prevent and can be used in the treatment of heart disease is paramount. The others, less so. I will mention that we threw in some health benefits here that don't necessarily apply to olive oil. I will mark those with a smiley face, just to see how people responded. Then we drilled down a little further. So of the consumers who responded to that question, we wanted to know where they fit in. So we have current users, and among the current users, we can divide those into frequent, occasional, and new consumers. And then, of course, we have the potential consumers who are not regular purchasers. So the findings of the result of the survey were that the health benefits of olive oil were better known to its more frequent users. That seems to be clear. And also that a substantial one-third of potential consumers aren't aware that olive oil has any health benefits. So again, these potential consumers, these non-users, there is a knowledge deficit here. All right, finally, how do the specific messages on health, how do specific messages on health impact consumers' awareness of olive oil's health and benefits and impact consumption? We tested 15 educational messages about various topics to see how we might change how the consumers value olive oils, including 4 health messages. I'm not going to read through these messages. You could see them on the screen in the interest of time, because I don't want to run out. But we have the 4 messages that we tested for health were brain health. The second one was chronic diseases. Here speaking about cancer, diabetes, dementia, etc. Third message, heart health. Here we mimicked the FDA qualified health claim that's available for olive oils. And finally, we talked about the Mediterranean diet and that olive oil's principal role as the primary cooking oil in that diet. So we then, after we educated these consumers, in a sense, by exposing them to these messages, we went back to them and asked them how much, to what extent does reading this message make you more interested in buying more olive oil? In terms of these 4 messages, again, we had really strong results. The respondents on the brain health, 49% said that reading the brain health message made them much more interested in buying olive oil, and a total of 78% who read that message, the brain health message, said they were more interested in consuming olive oil. Similarly strong numbers for heart health, chronic disease. Mediterranean diet was a little weaker, but still very strong, very positive. This is very encouraging because it shows the potential for reaching these consumers and educating them, and how that knowledge that we can impart to them can result in them using more and more olive oil. After we educated the consumers with these messages, we then went back to those original 3 descriptives. Helps prevent disease, is good for you, is heart healthy. And we asked them, now that you have those messages, you've read those messages, how would you answer this question now? And so when you can compare initially what they did in the first column to the responses after they've been informed, the net difference is quite substantial. On that helps prevent diseases description, the difference is 18%. So they went from 32% saying that describes olive oil. Now 50% of those said that it's a good descriptor for olive oil. Describes olive oil very well. Okay. So the 4 key takeaways about olive oil and health from the 2021 consumer research are these. Olive oil has very favorable ratings among all US consumers, including 86% who believe it is to be good for you. Consumers' understanding that olive oil is good for you appears to be derived primarily from the idea that olive oil is good for heart health. Consumers have a deficit of knowledge of olive oil's association with the treatment or prevention of other chronic diseases. When consumers were educated with specific messages about health, it substantially improved their perception of olive oil as a healthy product, and it greatly increased the likelihood that they would buy more olive oils. Finally, number 4, non-olive oil users have much less knowledge of olive oil's healthiness than current consumers. 1/3 are unaware of any of olive oil's health benefits. And they believe that other than heart health, olive oil is no better at preventing disease than other oils. Clearly, we have our work cut out for us, but the good news, of course, is that there's a strong base that the message that olive oil is good for you and that it's heart healthy has very solid foundation in the United States. We are finally quickly try to get through this. We have new research we're doing to build upon that earlier research. We are digging deeper, trying to test those messages that appeared to work best in getting consumers to use more olive oil and putting them sort of to test in the field. We selected the highlighted messages and are in the process of testing them with a Facebook ad campaign in a small market in the United States. We'll quickly show you, this is the brain health message. You may or may not be able to hear the music that's playing in the background, but this is the Facebook ad that will appear on a user's Facebook page when they open their phone. And if they click on it, they'll be taken to this page, Olive Oil and Brain Health. And on this page, we'll talk about combating dementia and Alzheimer's disease, depression and anxiety, and give a list of articles for their further education. The next one is olive oil, is the heart health Facebook ad that we're testing. Again, the idea is to see how they react to these ads when they click on them. And if they do click on them, it'll take you to this particular page for Heart Healthy, where we give some more information and some references. The preliminary results that we have so far are really outstanding and far exceeded our expectations. The key metric here is the click-through rate, CTR, on the ad. What is the percentage of click-throughs to the further information? And the Brain Health ad had a whopping 4.63% click-through rate, and the others were not far behind. It's important to know that the click-through rate on average Facebook ads is 0.9%. So with regard to the brain health ad, we're registering 5 times the interest as the typical Facebook ad. So very, very exciting. And as I said, these are just initial results, and we'll have some more soon. Sorry, I can't share anything further than that right now. That's all I have. I thank you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them in the chat. Thank you again.